Hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Check, 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 check. चेक ठीक है.
यार ये बड़ा अजीब हाल है यार. एक जगह बैठ जा यार. स्टार्ट होता है.
हेलो हेलो चेक चेक चेक.
अजी भैया.
हेलो हेलो चेक 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 और बड़ा. हेलो 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 चेक 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 चेक.
चेक चेक करूँगा.
नीचे वाला करो उधर करो.
अरे चेक करूँगा जाके.
I would request everyone to settle down. A very good morning to everyone present here. I, Aparna Tripathi, welcome you all to the second day of this two-day workshop on transit-oriented development. It's our honor to have you all amongst us. In this workshop, our speakers will exchange experiences, different perspectives, and challenges of implementing transit-oriented development in various countries across the globe, and we'll try to come up with solutions to overcome these challenges and ways to pave a smoother road ahead for TOD implementation in future in our country with our shared wisdom. NCRTC is implementing India's first regional rail. It is with the unwavering support of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and the state government of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Haryana, and Rajasthan that this transformative transit project is coming alive in a scheduled time frame. In this workshop, NCRTC will also share the learnings, insights, and experiences gained along the journey of introducing TOD along the RRTS corridor. We had a very insightful first day of the workshop, and we are looking forward to today's knowledge sharing session. Before we begin the proceedings for the day, I would like to welcome officials from leading transit organizations and the development authorities, TOD experts from all across the globe, session speakers and panelists, and all the distinguished guests. Heartiest welcome to all of you. I see some familiar faces in the audience, and I hope you all are excited for today's knowledge sharing session. A very warm welcome and our heartfelt gratitude to our event partners, without whom this event could not have been possible, World Bank and Asian Development Bank. Please give a big round of applause for our honorable partners. Without further ado, let's begin today's sessions. First, we have a presentation on NCRTC's experience in TOD and VCF implementation by Mr. Mukut Sharma. Mr. Mukut Sharma is a project development professional with over 30 years of experience in planning and implementation of urban sector infrastructure projects. His recent experience relates to implementation of transit-oriented development and value capture financing at NCRTC, where he currently works as the Chief TOD expert. Sir, I invite you for your presentation. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Can I please request people sitting at the back to move forward, please? Thank you. Good morning again. I'll take you through a brief presentation on NCRTC's journey in relation to TOD and value capture financing. A little one slide, the brief on the project. The Delhi-Meerut corridor. I think we have already spoken about it earlier, so I'll not spend much time on this side. Now, coming back to the subject, when it comes to the three corridors of the Delhi, the RRTS project, then we are currently handling at the present, we are handling 3 sets of urban development regulations, 3 sets of TOD policies, and the 4th one, which is Rajasthan, to be added in the future. So that is what we are, and as we discussed yesterday, we have three different sets of, the urban regulations vary substantially from one state to the other. The modality of development varies, and so do the TOD policies. Starting with Delhi. In Delhi, three of our stations on the Delhi-Meerut corridor have been notified as TOD nodes. And we are working together with the DDA on the development at these locations. I'll just take you through each of these. So the first one is Jangpura, where we have a depot for the RRTS project. And at this location, we are currently in the process of preparing what is called the IZP, the Influence Zone Plan, under the Delhi TOD policy. So that is something which has already been kind of submitted to DDA. What we are trying to show here on this is on brown you see the land parcel. Then you have the 500-meter intense zone and the 800-meter planning area. But when you actually come down to delineating it, this is what the 500-meter and the 800-meter looks like, right? So these are the planning areas. This is another one of those nodes. This is Anand Vihar, and these are all the stakeholders that are involved at that location. The railways, the DDA, DTC, NCRTC, of course. We have a very small parcel there, DMRC, and UPSRTC. So the influence zone plan that is being prepared is being done in coordination with these many stakeholders at this location. A similar situation at Sarai Kale Khan. So that was about Delhi. Coming to UP, we have been continuously working on NCRTC has been working on the TOD and value capture financing proposals right from 2016. So it's been a pretty long journey. Number of reports, various committees, various reports prepared during the period. And with the support of the development authorities of Ghaziabad and Meerut and the state government, we have come to a certain stage. On the right-hand side, you can actually see where we stand today. I'll go into the details later. But as we stand today, in respect of the VCF instruments, there are three value capture financing instruments which are approved by the government of UP. The new TOD policy, UP's TOD policy, has been notified in August 2022, and NCRTC played a significant role in the formulation of that policy. What is currently going on is the operationalization of the TOD policy. So we are working together with the development authorities of Ghaziabad and Meerut for the master plans, Master Plan 2031, which is under preparation, incorporation of the TOD zones in the master plans. That is something which is going on. Then at the same time, in respect of the value capture financing, there are these amendments to the Act, formulation of new rules and bylaws, which needs to be done. So that is again something which is in progress. I'll go into the details a little bit later. Now, I just want to take you through the process as to how we went about it. We prepared a report for the government of UP, and where we did the benchmarking of international and national case studies, shortlisting of value capture financings, what is being done in other parts of the world, other parts of India, the delineation of the influence zones and special development area. So here, in the context of this project, I would highlight that there were 4 unurbanized large parcels of land which were available, 2 in Ghaziabad and 2 in Meerut Development Authority areas, and these were identified for planned transit-oriented based development in the future. So these are what we call the special development areas. These are apart from the influence zones of the stations. Then we did an estimation of the developable area through GIS. We even estimated the potential revenues from value capture financing instruments. And then, there was a lot of stakeholder consultations and all that. And not to forget we also said that this is what needs to be done on the regulatory and institutional side so as to bring about the operationalization of these VCF instruments. We spoke about the UP TOD policy, and we looked at the TOD policies of all other TOD policies of Haryana, Maharashtra, as to where they were getting, and all other states. And then kind of, helped the state government of UP formulate the TOD policy, the new TOD policy. And the areas that we had to focus on, one of them was, identifying a development framework for greenfield and brownfield TOD areas. If you look at the policy for Delhi or look at the policy for Haryana, which is currently focused on Gurgaon, for that matter. So we are talking about areas which are already urbanized, and to see as to how you can, augment those areas. But here, when it comes to the RRTS project, we had the potential, there were influence zones for some of the stations where we had large greenfield and brownfield locations available. So that was, that had to be reflected properly in the policy. So that is something that we did. We also brought in the concept of doing the zonal development plans for the TOD zones, mixed use and graded FAR, those things are known. The focus was also on financial sustainability of TOD and transit value capture. So those elements were also brought into the policy. And obviously the role of the stakeholders had to be identified. I think I've already spoken about this, influence zones and special development areas. I will skip this one. So when you look at the master plans for Ghaziabad and Meerut, this is what the delineated 1.5 kilometer radius TOD zone looks like today. This is the draft master plan. It has to be notified. So on the left-hand side, you have it for Ghaziabad. The areas which are marked in green are the special development areas that I spoke about earlier, which have been identified in Ghaziabad, and likewise for Meerut. When it comes to Meerut, you would see that apart from the areas around the stations, around the RR stations, there is also the metro corridor, because the metro in Meerut is to run on the same infrastructure as the RRTS project. So there is an overlap of the influence zones of the RRTS stations and the metro corridor. Right, so again, back to value capture financing. This is what, there were 4 instruments which were identified, and currently what is under implementation is 3 of them: the additional purchasable FAR, special amenity fee, and urban use charges. All these 3 instruments are approved by the government of UP. The additional purchasable FAR would be applicable on the TOD zones of the project, and that is why it was important to delineate those TOD zones and get them marked on the master plans. The special amenity fee and the urban use charges would be applicable on the whole of the development authority area. And on the right-hand side, you have the revenue sharing mechanism as to how much goes to the development authority and how much to the transit project, RRTS. The 4th instrument is currently in abeyance. I mean, that is something which we are pursuing with the state government. It was basically not, this was not implemented by the state government of UP for the reason that they were saying that, because of COVID, the real estate market may not be in a good kind of situation to take something like this. So just to highlight as to what, in order to bring about the operationalization of two of these instruments, the special amenity fee and the urban use charge, we had to bring about an amendment to the UP Urban Planning and Development Act 1973. So we had to define something called the special amenities and get projects like RRTS covered in these special amenities. And then, there was a provision existing in the Act for charging additional development fees. So that was routed to the special amenity fund. So all those things we had to get in the Act. And this actually has happened. The official notification for these two, special amenity fee and the urban use charge, is actually through an ordinance which has been formulated or notified on the 10th of July 2023. So this is the way forward, what we have to do in the future, the rules, notification of rates, the issuance of necessary government orders in respect of the rates and all that, and the revenue sharing mechanism, the agreements for it. The outline is already there, has been agreed upon, but all those agreements need to be sorted out. In respect of the FAR, TOD zones, notification of master plans, we are helping the development authorities of Ghaziabad and Meerut to prepare the zonal development plans for these TOD zones. So currently we are in the process of finalizing the consultants who would take up these zonal development plans. Okay, this slide hasn't come out properly, but what we wanted to show here is there is always, in our journey with these VCF instruments, this question has always been raised as to whether you can actually impose so many of these instruments at the same time. But we have managed to convince the state government so that 3 of these instruments can be. And what we have been trying to say is that all these instruments, they come into picture at different development stages of the projects. They do not come, and it's not one person who is hit by all these at one time. So these come up at various stages of project development. So we should not see it as if there are 4 instruments being imposed on, the stakeholders. The other aspect that we want to highlight is all these, whatever we are trying to do, as the other states try to implement the value capture financing instruments and things like that, the earlier you do it in the life cycle of the project, the better it is going to be, both for the development authority or the government, as well as the transit agency. Now, because from the time the project is announced, the value of land starts increasing. And the value will happen, somebody will get benefited anyways. But the earlier you bring these instruments into place, have your regulations in order, that is how the government and the transit authority can be benefited from this exercise. So that is what we wanted to show here. Just some newspaper articles, since the implementation of the RRTS project, or from the time from the announcement of the RRTS project, this is what has happened. The one on the right here, it talks about basically doubling of the stamp duty from 2019 to 2023. So apart, obviously, the increase in transactions, the rates, RRTS project is we understand, a big contributor to this. I spoke about this. This is the Gazette notification for the implementation of 2 of the instruments. So coming to the learnings, I think that we are a transit agency. So for implementation of transit-oriented development, principles of development, and for the value capture financing, it is essential that there is a integrated kind of process which is followed for the development around the transit stations or with the corridor. Regulatory framework is very important. That is something which has to be looked at. The context-specific solutions. So yeah, in the process we look through various, as we said, various policies. So for each context, I think context of the transit project, context of the area that we are passing through, we will have to formulate specific solutions. That is how it is going to be. And obviously there is a lot of capacity building and knowledge exchange that is required in this sector, in this field. Thank you very much. I can take some questions.
Good morning, sir. Yeah. So thank you so much for the presentation. It was really, really informative. I don't know if that's my energy over here, but one small question, sir. What has been the market response for these VCF instruments? Like the real estate community, how have they seen all these instruments that we are proposing or approving? Has there been any feedback mechanism that we have tested with them? So if you could just please... to be honest, we have been working,
So as I said, we have been working on this for a long time, right? And so the two of these instruments have been notified very recently. I mean, in public domain, it's just come very recently, right? So as such, we do not have any kind of information of any negative feedback from the market as yet.
Just a follow-up to that. So in the stakeholders that we had talked about while coming up with this, was that a part of the development authority discussing it with the developers by any chance, or it was just not something that we put? Because I think the capacity building for the development community also has to happen simultaneously.
Right.
So just again, a question if that was a part of the process of including the private sector developers in this conversation.
So the private sector was, they were part of the stakeholder consultations which happened in respect of the master plans and the incorporation of the TOD zones in the master plans. Yes, that has happened, but not so much in respect of the VCF instruments.
Good morning, I am VK Singh, Managing Director, NCRTC. See, you showed one slide regarding the charging of a special fee at different stages. Can you just explain it again? Because that slide we could not understand.
I don't have the controls, so I'm just waiting for...
Okay. So here also your role is,
Sorry?
like TOD implementation, your role is here also.
Yeah.
Full control is not there.
Full control is done. So in the meantime, you had a question, sir. So we can take that question.
Thank you, sir. A very good beginning. I think NCRT is moving in the right direction, I must say. But I have one question, sir. You mentioned that 3 influence zone plan in case of Delhi will be prepared. I just want to know, will this plan be notified? If so, under which act?
So the influence zone plan is a part of the TOD policy. It is a requirement as per the TOD policy. And the TOD policy is now a part of the Master Plan Delhi 2041.
No, but any plan has to be notified under some specific act. Because I have an experience.
Okay.
We prepared 33 local area plans in case of Delhi. And the fate was not clear because there was no provision under which act these are to be notified.
So are we saying, sir,
Any land activity has to be notified under some specific act. Policy is something different, act is something different.
I think we can take up these questions
Yes, sir.
there is a panel discussion which will be attended by VCTD also today.
Right, right.
I think he can reply to that
We can.
rather than we replying it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can talk about the slide now. It's not come out. You wanted to...
No, I just wanted to understand, you said that it will be applicable on different persons, at different time. Can you just explain that, how it happens?
So what we have tried to show here is basically the development cycle of the project, and starting from agricultural land to...
When you say project, are you talking about transit project?
I'm talking about an urban sector project, whether it's a residential project or a commercial project, right? So, so we start with the agricultural land, and then there is a conversion from agriculture to some other urban use. And at this stage, there is the urban use charge, which is, or CLU as it is in other states. UP is calling it urban use charge. And there is an additional stamp duty which comes into the, because there is a transaction which happens. The agriculturist sells it to a potential developer. So these are the two charges which are applicable here. Now, when the developer takes up this land parcel for the development, whether it's a residential development or a commercial development, there are these other features, the other fees, the development fee, special amenity fee, and the additional FAR that would become applicable at this stage. And as we go further, when the apartments are sold and or the commercial spaces are sold, then there is the stamp duty which comes into the picture. So what we are trying to say is that these are at various stages in the development cycle and applicable to different people at different times. I hope.
Still, I would like to understand. See, you said different people. So at first stage, who is paying it? At the second stage, who is paying it? And the third stage, who is paying it? So you are showing 3 or 4 stages of development.
Right. So the first stage is when somebody is buying the land, which was earlier agricultural, and that land is taken up for development. It becomes urbanizable, right? And there is somebody who buys the land for it. So he is the person, the buyer is paying for it. If the person is identifying the land use for it, if he is applying for a license, it could be the same person or a new person, a developer who comes into the picture, who is specifically kind of taking over that land for development as a housing project or a commercial project. So it is that second stage developer who comes into the picture here. And then finally the eventual user, whether if I buy an apartment there, then I pay the development charges, final development charges, as well as the stamp duty in that case. So that is what we are trying to say by saying that it is different people at different times.
And at the resale stage again, whoever is purchasing, he is paying that addition.
Resale, every time there is a resale, then there is those stamp duty and those charges come into the pictures.
Okay. So a lot of collection of taxes or duties at different stages from the same land.
From the same land.
But being paid by others, by different people.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question, rather observation.
Yes, sir.
It's theoretically it's okay that landowner will pay, then the buyer will pay, then developer will pay, and finally asset buyer will pay. But ultimately, all these are loaded to the final buyer.
Right.
Okay, so that burden comes on the one person who is finally buying that property.
Right.
Okay, that is one. So we have to make some modalities that ultimately all the pressure doesn't come on the buyer. That is one. And particularly the RRTS, it's for the use of everyone, not only for the real estate. So we have to think that on different, like putting some cess on fuel charges, petrol, diesel, that way. And similarly, other components can also be included, charging the cess for RRTS.
No, actually, I feel the point which you have missed here is we have not talked about the value creation at all stage.
Right.
See why people are paying, why people are purchasing anything, why they want to purchase at that location only. So that is very, very important, which probably this slide doesn't show. See, value is getting created due to availability of transit
Right.
in that influence zone. And that is the reason that you are able to charge this cess or this additional duties. So every stage value is getting created. The moment a transit project is announced or a construction starts, the land next to that agricultural land, the value increases. So now somebody is ready to pay that value and pay additional charges also because he sees much more value than what he is getting. Similarly is the case at the time of purchase of your flat or apartment, whatever is getting developed, or a shop there. Then again, the person who is purchasing, he sees lot of value only, then he is paying that charge.
So I'm paying-
Resale also again, the same thing happens because people would like to take rentals, houses in rent near to a station. People see value. That is why they are ready to pay charges.
So
So
I'm
it is
paying-
not loading to a person, it is actually the value creation for which people are ready to pay more charges.
So I'm paying those taxes because I can afford to pay them.
Absolutely, at all stages.
At all
It
stages.
is not matter affording it. It is that there is a value creation.
Value.
Creation, value is much more than what a person is paying.
Right.
So until unless you see value there, you will not go and purchase and pay those taxes.
Right.
It happens everywhere. So you will pay for something where the value is. And you have created value by bringing transit at that location.
Thank you.
That is what I feel. Thank you.
The gentleman in the blue shirt.
One short observation. I am PP Singh, CTP Haryana.
Yeah.
When we are talking of 3 stages we just told, and I feel that it's possible to short circuit the first 3 stages as it happens in Haryana in case of private developers. So when we are saying that the farmer has to sell his land to a second landowner, that at times make the process quite inefficient. And if I am the landowner, the original landowner, I'll be having a lot of heartburn because I am not able to get the proper value of the land, which it should fetch. So what eventually happens is the developer may get into a collaboration agreement with the original farmer, the landowner, and I get a share in the pie, the entire cake. So I capture the entire value chain, I mean, when it's finally realized. So, but it has to have a enabling legal framework to do that. Yeah. So we have that. That's the first one. The second one is, since the second line would come up in Haryana, whether it's in Gurgaon or in Sonipat, then I think we'll also need to take something, startup measures for that. And I think that can start right away because as we move ahead, speculative ventures come into being and then it creates problems and then I mean, it makes the whole thing complicated. So the early we start, the better it is. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I think, the Haryana TOD policy, just a comment there. Haryana TOD policy today is, we need to have a look at it again as to how it would deal with a project like the RRTS. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm Professor Sanjay Gupta from School of Planning. I had a slightly different question regarding greenfield development. you have choices of brownfield and greenfield. You know, one of the objective probably in the larger context of RRTS was to encourage planned decentralization of Delhi and looking into the, you know, how you could kind of decentralize and maybe develop NCR along the corridor, transit corridor. So would in that context, do you think densifying Ghaziabad in the first phase makes sense, or we need to kind of push up development more towards Meerut and start coming from Meerut side? If that being the case, then has NCRTC done some TOD readiness index analysis of the nodes which need to be developed?
We spoke about the special development areas in Ghaziabad and Meerut, but these are actually not within the city limits. Now, the special development areas that we are talking about in Ghaziabad, they are actually, a place called Dohai, which is at the periphery of what is currently Ghaziabad. And we are talking about land parcels there of 250 to 400 hectares. So these are large land parcels which are predominantly green at this point of time. The land use currently is agricultural, so since the master plan is under revision, so that is something that is being looked at. Similar is the case with the Meerut. So the two land parcels, the two SDAs, special development areas in Meerut, one is right at the beginning of Meerut, which is the area called Partapur, and the other one is at the end, which is Modipuram. So, and for all these areas, the intent is that we, together with the development authority, prepare a zonal plan to see as to what kind of development can be done there. So that is what is the thought process at this point of time. I hope I answered your question.
No, I'll just try to augment a little bit.
Yeah.
So what Professor Gupta is asking is, are we concentrating or focusing only at Ghaziabad or all along the corridor, especially areas which require further development? So I would like to clarify that this policy enables development around each one of these stations, and there are 14 stations. So Ghaziabad has only one station. The next station, Guldar, is almost like outside Ghaziabad, and all other stations are beyond that. So every station will have opportunity to have further development around these each one of these stations, and policy deals with each station in the same way, except that in the master plan, the way mixed land use or the influence zone has been identified, that differs from station to station a little bit. But certainly the opportunity to develop is more in the greenfield areas, and more free land is available to develop. Ghaziabad opportunities are much less, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
So what you are saying will happen, actually. Really that will happen. And in terms of once the people will see how this system functions, means there is no difference between Ghaziabad or Guldar or Muradnagar or Modinagar North or South, because there is a difference only 3 or 4 minutes of travel time between stations. So rather than spending more money in Ghaziabad in developing something, if you go 10 minutes further, that means about 20 kilometers more, then you get a cheaper land, and the difference is not much, hardly any difference, no perceptible difference in journey time. So I think it will accelerate development in those areas where land is cheaply available.
We are running a little short on time, so there's time for only 2 more questions. Yes, sir.
Hi.
Please.
I'm Jagan Shah, Senior Fellow with Artha Global. I'm really happy that you've actually broken down this overall sort of process and demarcated sort of at what stage you're actually charging fees or looking at charges. I think in the real world situation, because this is also something that elected representatives have to sell to their constituencies, it would be very useful to understand from you whether you're also delineating the nature of value capture per se. Because when a change of land use takes place, which can only take place if there is a notified plan, and which is why you have to get that plan notified, there is a windfall gain for the farmer. That windfall gain is actually must be captured to the maximum, because that's the initial stage, while they all accumulate, of course. Development charges are cost. It's a cost plus thing. You're putting in pipelines and so on, and you're charging somebody for those services. The stamp duty is of a different nature. So I'm just wondering whether, in order for us to look at the kinds of integrations with other city services, which will require funding as well, whether this narrative has been developed by NCRTC with some clarity, because I think that will make a much stronger case if we are able to delineate between different types of instruments.
Would you like to add anything? So, I mean, what we are talking about, the VCF instruments, I mean, these particular development fees, the name is that way because that is how it is defined in the Act, right? So one way is through the value capture financing instruments as to what we can do, or what is the kind of revenues which can potentially come through the developments which are carried out either by the development authority or by other private developers. So the other aspect I think that needs to be looked at is land value capture, as I would like to call it. Land value capture is having our own land parcels at various locations, and that probably, or the development authority taking control of some of the land parcels. There are a lot of government-owned land parcels which are available along the corridor. That is where the real value capture that we are talking about, that is where it can be kind of done.
Last question from Ritu.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm Ritu Kapila, Chief Architect, NCRTC. So a lot has been talked about the end user and the developer. So how it can be more rewarding to make this scheme totally successful, to make it not a failure like it has been happening. So my suggestions, which sir has also talked about, so the ultimate gain is transferred to the end user, maybe some incentives, like it may be linked in a special areas with the home loans, all other agencies to incentivize this kind of the schemes besides the tax benefits. Can we work upon that also?
Madam, we can look at that. We haven't done that as yet.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, but we have time for this many questions only. Mukut sir would be available, so informally also you can ask him questions in the tea breaks and lunchtime. I'm so sorry, we'll have to end the session here only. Thank you so much, sir. It was a very insightful session. Next, we have a presentation on experiences in TOD implementation in Netherlands and takeaways from Europe by Mr. Guido Bruggeman. I'm sorry, sir, I tried to pronounce your name right, but that's the best I can do for now. So Mr. Guido is an international public transport expert with 40 years of experience. At present, he is acting as an independent consultant and advising international clients on the planning, organization, and management of public transport. Being an international expert, Mr. Guido has worked in over 30 countries around the world and has advised various international institutions, including UN Development Programme, ADB, World Bank, IFC, and EBRD. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Yes, it works. I wait for my presentation. Good morning, everybody. It's a Saturday, so I'm very glad that you wanted to sacrifice your free day to be here. It only can shows how important TOD is. My roots are in the Netherlands. I still have my home there. Yes. But I live already for 7 years in Sri Lanka. But still, I can tell you something what's happening in the Netherlands and in Europe. I will make, to start with, a few introductory notes to set the framework, the mindset in the Netherlands and in Europe. There's a lot is going on. A little bit about the institutional and regularity framework in the Netherlands for urban planning. It's not only TOD, it's just urban planning. TOD mindset, very, very important. We didn't talk that much about, but there's the mindset about urban planning. Some examples of planning of TOD and design, multi-model integration, and a last closing remark. Some introductory notes. It's a few statements I'm gonna make, but by traveling everywhere around the world, I constantly notice that the poorer your urban planning, the poorer actually the worse the transport system. Also for public transport operators, the first part of my career, I have always worked for public transport companies. And if your urban planning is poor, it's very difficult to get an efficient system. Think about Singapore, where we have a very, very nice planning system. Also, the public transport system is profitable, it's very efficient, because there is such a good integration between urban planning. And of course, it's the other way around. So that's my first statement. There is a clear relationship between the urban planning and the quality of your public transport system, and also ridership and efficiency. We're asking ourselves a lot of questions in our business, in our private life. But one thing we always forgot is actually to ask ourselves what kind of city we want. It's the same as in personal life, we ask ourselves a lot of questions, except the question, what do I want in life? Why do I exist? That are two difficult questions, so we don't think. But what kind of city you want? I don't gonna ask you what kind of city you want. The left side, that's Houston, CBD, where it's mainly parking lots. Or maybe you want to have a city like Vienna with a public space. I think I can guess the answer already, what you would prefer. But we need more and more to think about what kind of city we want. Slowly we start to realize that. So actually especially in Europe, we are thinking about what type of city we want. So we move actually from a car-oriented city to sustainable cities. And actually, the newest model is the city of places. That's where we're working. That's on the table in Europe. That's what we actually discussing. And it's going to change in Europe. Very, very interesting. We are really at a turning point. Paris. And it starts already, I will discuss later. In Europe, the mayors are very important. If I go, not that I go daily, but if I go to a meeting and there is the prime minister and the mayor, who you first shake hands? The mayor, not the prime minister. It's nice he's there, but the mayor is in charge. Only in the parliament you first shake the prime minister because he's the guest, and then you do the mayor. But mayors are very important. So, for example, the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo. By the way, I don't know if that's why things are changing. Most mayors in Europe nowadays are women. Very important, because they care more about environment, less about money. But that's a sidestep. So this is the Champs-Élysées, the design. And Anne Hidalgo said, we have to change. It's time. In this era, we cannot allow that someone come with his car to a city and actually occupy 20 square meters the whole day. So she decided we're gonna remove 100,000 parking spaces. That's a lot. 100,000 parking spaces will be removed in the city center, and they will be replaced by public space for children to play, to enjoy the city, etc. That's very courageous. And there are more cities who are thinking about that actually to take out all cars out of the city center and make it really a place to enjoy, to shop, to play, whatever it is, in combination with short walking distances. So that's already a kind of mindset we can see. Third point is actually, we're talking about TOD, where we always talk about transit-oriented development, where development is seen as something physical, which is true, but we can see it much wider. We can see it also on the metropolitan level, or we can see it at street level, which actually meant that we have to think about your urban planning, your infrastructure is always oriented on transit. So that is actually a mindset. And we can do it on macro level and on micro level. We can do it in the street or wherever. It's something like to breathe. So actually we can change it to, at macro level, transit-oriented, development level, and at street level. It can be all, it's much wider. I realized actually that only a few days ago, in the Netherlands, because I asked a few people in the Netherlands, I said, how about transit-oriented development? What do you mean with transit? These are urban planners who are not aware of the concept of TOD. Because they said, no, we don't have this concept. It's already in our thinking, it's already in our mind. It's not something specific we focus on. We always have done that. I will show you some examples of it. Because we can also call this maybe transit-oriented development. This is a suburb of the city of Utrecht. It's called the city of Houten. And when it was actually designed, the whole urban planning was based on accessibility of the stations by bicycle and walking. And I call it also transit-oriented development, although it's a complete other concept as we discuss here in these 2 days. But it's actually designing urban planning completely. So all the red trails on this are cycling passes, and all the orange is combined with mixed traffic. But it's the whole city. In the end, in average city in the Netherlands, about 35% of all travelers by train come by bicycle, and the rest come by walking. So it's actually transit-oriented development, but from a completely different aspect. So TOD mindset. So it's already very important to have your planning culture, design culture. I was talking about my fellow expert about Japan. And Japan has also always had this planning culture, design culture, TOD mindset, and we all know mindset is the most difficult, even more difficult than change your regulation or your organization. It's the way of thinking. Still, of course, there are the hard, tough things like the governance, the regulations, the budget, but it's really the mindset. And I'm sure this 2 days here will help changing mindset with having ideas, etc. And mindset we see, for example, in Singapore and culture. They had already a long time. This is a photo from 40, 50 years ago. We still had these overhead projectors, maybe you remember. But that's why Singapore is considered as a nice concept, because they have always thought about the planning around public transport. Also because it's a city-state, they don't have much land. It's the same with Hong Kong. You have only a very limited space. So if you don't plan correctly, it will not work. So that has helped. But think about The old style planning in Soviet Union. And not everybody is a fan of it, but I'm honestly a big fan of it. I traveled so much in Soviet Union. I worked there for 7 years, and I was always impressed by this planning concept. I can talk for hours about this slide, but it was all designed that you never have to walk more than 300-400 meters to a bus stop. And it's always with a very nice, pleasant environment with a lot of green, but still with a quite high density. And there are many examples to see, but that was also a strong planning culture. But also a culture where it was easy, because private land ownership didn't exist in the Soviet Union. So that makes life, of course, very, very easy. But they had a very strong planning culture. So we can see if we can have a little bit in terms of mindset, a change from urban planning in an infrastructure design and the public transport are forced to fit in to a more new model where we have a design in mind of the public transport and around we design urban planning. I will show you some examples of it. But from the viewpoint, at least for public transport, we are very happy with that. A regularity institutional framework. A little bit the boring part of my presentation, but definitely we should think. Just like many other countries, we have actually 3 main plans. That's the urban master plan with a long-term vision. We have a land use plan, which has a very, very, very important status in the Netherlands. Even the land sales and the value of land is determined by the land use plan. Because if it's agriculture land, it's agriculture land and it cannot be developed. And we have the area development plan or local development plans, which we, for example, use for the TOD. Yesterday someone said, oh, for the TOD we have about 30 stakeholders involved. Yes, then it becomes very difficult. There are also many involved in the Netherlands, but the model is in principle extremely simple. We have 3 stakeholders, and the first is the municipality. And municipalities are very, very strong. And that's the big difference here with India. The whole municipality makes it easier. You have a mayor, but also the municipality. And the rest has nothing to say. There is no state, there is no national government, it's only the municipality. So they are really in the driving seat. What also makes it a little bit easier, that we have an interesting thought about legislation. If it's not in the legislation, it's allowed. So we don't have to change legislation always. Oh, we have to find, if we want to introduce whatever fee it is, well, just introduce, it's not in the law, so let's do it next week. We have this, we want to have a special charge, let's do. And municipalities has the right to introduce all these things. Then we have private developers, we have station operators. Mostly they are actually asset operators because the railway asset is divided from the railway operator because we have more than one operator at the station. So that's actually independent. But that is actually the simple model. And then we have a transport authority. Often that's very handy because the public transport routes doesn't end at a certain boundary of a municipality. So we have a transport authority. For example, the transport authority in Amsterdam has included 20 municipalities. So the board, I would not say board of directors, but management board of the transport authority in Amsterdam is based on the 20 deputy mayors for transport of these 20 municipalities. So all these 20 deputy mayors sitting together. It's a little bit different from Transport for London. That helps a lot. And the transport authority gets funds from from the national government to use for public transport. It's earmarked, so they fight who is getting that, but it makes it very easy. And there is a small role for the national government. I would say it's the rich daddy who sometimes throws some money, especially for the large transit-oriented development for the stations, completely built new stations for a few $100 million. They have separate funds to fund that.
Mr. Guido has requested, reminding you, you have just 5 minutes left now.
Yeah, but we started too late.
I give you extra 20 minutes for that. I give you extra.
If the train is departing too late, it will arrive too late.
Let's agree on 10 minutes then.
I hope so.
Thank you.
So the municipality is really in the charge, and it means they established a land use plan, development plan, and interesting again also the mobility plan. I will show you an example of it, which is part of the area development plan. They find strict regulations for development, but this is the real, I would say, simple model in the Netherlands. If we have a TOD area, if they are lucky, they already own all the land. If not, they will do the land acquisition. And the TOD development starts at the moment they have acquired all the land. That's the very principal idea. Municipalities are allowed, because it's not prohibited, so it's allowed. So they buy as much land as they make, because it's the biggest source of income for a municipality is buying the land and selling the land. Financing of land is easy, takes about 5 to 10 minutes, call the bank, because there is nothing what has a better security is land. If you go bankrupt, the bank takes you land. It's same for the municipality. But most of the municipalities has a rating, AAA, 222, so that's not an issue. So the municipality buys the land and then start to develop. And the first thing they do is making a land area plan, develop, and if that is done, I will show the example, then they will actually sell the plots to developers is under very strict regulations, you know, exactly. Sometimes the developers doesn't like it, but very high quality architecture. It's not the paying price of the developer, it's a beauty contest. Those who come up with the best architectural design, the best high quality, the best vision are doing that. Developers understand that. Developers nowadays, they understand that, yes, and the municipality understands, so they have to make money, that's clear, any company, but secondly, they have to contribute to the society. So if you have an interview with the municipality and they ask, why are you want to invest here? They say, well, to make a profit. Bye-bye, there is the door. We want people who really want to contribute something. So the private developers, if they buy the plot, they acquire the plot, they are actually designing the architecture of the buildings, and then it will be approved by the municipality. And after they finish, they can start the construction and either decide to keep the property and rent it out or to sell it. And then the third party, as I mentioned, was the station asset manager, who is responsible for it. We don't do much PPP, really, but it's a big partnership. It's a little bit the definition, but it's PPP, strong PPP, but with closed wallets. Everybody is responsible for its own part. So the station manager builds the station, the developer builds that, and we have someone. So that is very important. What I said about the municipality, how it works, is because the municipality is responsible for public space. We have 3 parts in the TOD. Public space, the private developer, and we have the station. Everybody has his own role. So the municipality, for example, they buy the land for 100 million. They make the development plan, sell the land to all these private developers, the plots for 150. They make, I would not say a profit. They have an excess of income, and this 50 million, this light blue, the difference, that is financing all the public infrastructure. So it finances the roads, the utilities, the water, whatever is public, the public space. It's a very simple model. They have a second source of income. We don't do land value capture. It's too complicated. No way. So it's actually the only source of a municipality is property tax, which is about 1%. So everybody pays property tax. So the main windfall, the gain of municipalities is achieved by, if the value of this land and the whole development goes up, they get more revenues. Like in Amsterdam, they had a very cheap land. It was already in ownership. Nowadays, the value of the assets on this land is around $10 billion. All this high rise. So it means they get an annual property tax income of $100 million, only for a small piece of land. So it's first for the development, the sales of land, that's the one income. The other is the property tax. And for the rest, nothing. It's a very simple model, what can be explained. Also the project developers. So no discussions too much. TOD is, I don't have to repeat that, we all know. I think it's very important. So the last one is the multi-model integration. Success factors, a strong culture and tradition, very important. Everybody has the mindset. Municipalities have a strong vision and power. It's probably the most important one. There is a quite robust legal framework, what really helps, which entitled all the mandate and power to these municipalities. Cooperations between the stakeholders, they all understand itself. It's very nice that sometimes employees of private developers move to the municipality, take a job, and the other way around. So they respect each other. They understand. Yes, we understand that you have to make a profit. But that project developer says, yes, we understand there is a role we play in society to have a better community, to make everybody happy, etc. So there is quite an understanding and respect. And there are multiple financing options. And the other two I want to mention is that mobility infrastructure is integrated in urban planning, very much in the mindset, and stations are considered as key development areas. Then, we do very quick, 40 slides in 5 minutes. Something about urban planning. So this is a very famous plan. There is even now a museum in Amsterdam. You can visit it about this plan. It's from 1934. And this was the plan what was actually made. And it was completely built in as it was developed. That is the interesting. They are still building according to this plan. Of course, it was changed a little bit. I will see if there is a pointer.
There's a pointer on the dice as well.
This one?
No, it is pointer, and there's a separate laser for you to use. This.
Let's see. Oh. What the interesting thing was about this plan, there was one that the designer also made already the idea for a ring road, a rail around the city, which not accessed. And they made also here in the south a kind of a buffer between the existing city and the new extensions of the city. And that has greatly influenced the city at that time. It was a waste time. And it was actually already early in 1914 that actually one of the extensions of the city, there was already a Station South planned. It was interesting. It took, I think, 60, 70 years until it was built. And nowadays we have 3 metro lines and other. And that was one of the issues that it could. The land reservation was extremely important in that development. So actually only later, this is in the 80s and the 90s, we slowly started to develop. You see here all these plots. And we have 2 train stations, 3 metro stations. We have LRT. It was all developed thanks to this plan of 1914 and 1928. It was all developed according to this plan. But they only started 70 years later, partly because we had the Second World War, all the work was started, and it was actually wasteland. And I remember I was always enjoying this little wasteland. So I was not so happy they started to finally to build it. So it's actually a quite interesting project. So it's all developed more electric. Now it looks like this with the station there. You see this red tower? That was built, everything was built by the private developers. That was a little bit a shaming story or a success story. I think they acquired the land from the municipality to build this tower. They built the tower and the construction cost was $80 million. And they were halfway, and the developer sold already the tower for $150 million to another developer. They are fighting here to get land. There are a long waiting list to get involved in this TOD. So they built now the new station. Another example, this is a little bit smaller, is the station Leidse Rijn. You see there the station. What is actually nice, for example, this is a little bit the thinking of TOD. They design it, the urban planners, and they always start to think about how is the best accessibility to the station by public transport. So here is the rail line, here is your station, we have here a bus station, and the yellow line is actually a diagonal through the development, which is a dedicated bus road, not allowed for cars. So that's a little bit, the diagonal makes it easier to have the best location in the middle for a bus stop. So if you look at the land use plan and the design plan for this area, you will find one chapter that's in all plan. In the chapter in the land use plan, in the mobility development plan, there is a chapter called the mobility plan, which is an obligatory part of the plan. And in this case, it shows exactly how the public transport is designed, how the cycling is working, and how the walking is. And you see this station, so you see this diagonal, you see all short walking lines walking. This is very, very essential. It's not that you first build and then you think. In the old days, we had urban planners, and afterwards we did a mobility plan. In the Netherlands, most municipalities, the Department of Urban Planning and Transport are in the same department. They have one director. You don't want to have any fights, discussions between those who are responsible for urban planning and for them. So this is how the neighborhood looks like. The first part is built. Really small streets. I still have not discovered a car. I don't see any car. So it's about public space, cycling, walking. So, of course, it's very, very friendly. you will use the railway, you will use public transport. So this is the station. It's a very small, it's a regional rail station, very functional, a little bit in contrast with the other big stations in the Netherlands. The bus station, we spent a lot of money. It has to be, we spend more money on the bus than on, because the bus is something seen as, oh, that's for the poor people. So we spent extra money on bus facilities to show that it's a real, mature, also good quality system. So also money. The Hague Central Station, this is not about the whole design. It shows only that someone who is designing as a planner thinks about public transport. Because you cannot design all these office buildings and then forgot public transport. So public transport is really integrated. You don't have to walk in the rain or you don't have to walk in the sun. We see also now electric buses coming in buildings because electric buses don't exhaust. So we see all the electric buses coming in shopping centers, universities. You even come in a university, you step out of the bus and then the door and you are in the big auditorium, 2 meters walk. Not that we put the rail and then there is another stop for the LRT. The LRT is brought into the station. You can see each other. You don't have to look where I have to find my way. No. You see already wherever you come, and from the tram to you can go to any platform. It's very integrated part of the. You see now we go faster, but someone has to thought about when it was designed. Some urban planner, some transport planner thought already we have to integrate. They call it the panty. This one, where the panty sock. Almere, we have a shortage of land in Europe, in the Netherlands, so we make land out of water. This is a very old plan. It was from 1970, and again, the urban planning was based on public transport. What they did was the red stations, that's the railway line, and there was 40 kilometers of bus routes. And the whole city, new city, about 250,000 inhabitants, will grow to 500,000, was based on the public transport concept. So it was always designed taking public transport. So there is 40, 50 kilometers dedicated. These are not bus lanes. Bus lanes are in the rest of. This is completely separate infrastructure. There are two infrastructure: road infrastructure, bus infrastructure, and then you have the big shopping center in the center, and you see it's completely only for buses. Traffic is on another route. They said it's unfair. Why I can go as a car driver can drive in a parking garage and go with an elevator into the shopping center. And public transport is 3 streets further on the corner. That's not fair. So we have this obligation that always public transport enter also the shopping malls, and they have a stop here. Left is the entrance for cars, right is the entrance for buses. Same right. So the buses goes under the shopping mall. People say, of course, what is the project developer say of that? Well, he doesn't get any building permit if it's not included. This is you have to do. If you don't like it, we will look for someone else. Very, very simple. It's not that you have to negotiate. Take it or leave it. Ever have the chance go to Vienna, Aspern City? It's a very famous development now in Europe. When it was developed, the city had a target: 40% public transport use, 40% walking and cycling, and 20% car. So the whole new design is start. Very interesting project. Here you see the metro. It's already built there. It's wasteland. It will be extremely nice. A completely very, very nice development. Design. Last part is actually that railway stations metro stations are still considered as an icon. There's money for it. That was already 1-2 centuries ago. The big railway stations we saw in New York, we saw it in Sydney, Amsterdam. So we still, now all the 10 big cities in Europe, in Amsterdam, of in the Netherlands, we are changing high attention. But look at this. This is the front square. Huh? We have a rule in the Netherlands, no cars from stations. Same by airports. If you come out of a station, no cars. It's the welcoming. They call it sometimes the red carpet, but it's very welcoming. This is how it looks like. This is on the left side, you see the railway station, but it's green. Cars are kicked out. They are now underground. There is a cycling park. So it's a little bit giving public space. Stations are very well designed and open, friendly, light. This is in Breda. I was there 2 months ago and I thought I entered into the Hilton Hotel. Instead of the station, I took the wrong entrance, but it was the station. But it's has all high quality. And people are the government is willing to pay for it. Multimodal integration, very important, we mentioned it. A metro, a bus, tram, etc. Bus stations as I mentioned, get the value they deserve. It's not the dirty at the corner. So we have very nice examples. This is an example of Switzerland with the railway station and the bus. And again, no cars. You always can walk without crossing any street. Last but not walking and cycling. Unfortunately, we don't always pay attention to the walking. So how can we expect people to use public transport? Huh? For bus trips, for example, 94% of the people who use a bus stop is walking. So then we have to pay a lot of attention to the walking. These are some main principles to apply. We don't see. But the same is as metro stations. Huh? You have to make this entrances well. This was a lot of parking spaces, but this is the North-South line center of Amsterdam. They really will integrate in a nice way, in a friendly way. You will find nice examples in China. Very nice. You can even go up here and sit. I came to the station and I was sitting there for 1 hour just enjoying the view above. But they make really something nice of it, welcoming, more than just an entrance. And this doesn't cost much money. This is all about design. You know, an ugly design and a nice design doesn't mean that it costs that much money. Another example of a regional rail station, welcoming public space, nearly no cars, etc. And the same in Amsterdam. They just redo the Amsterdam Sloterdijk. It was 20 years ago. But you can see the entrance exit of the station. It has a lot of public space. You come in or out and you enjoy. You don't have to struggle to all kinds of cars and pedestrian. Or even the worst is this walkways up. You have to take stairs. Sheltered walkways. Integration of walking and cycling. And then in the Netherlands, of course, I have to admit it was the bigger problem than car parking is the bicycle parking. So now all the stations get really nice bicycle parkings. That doesn't mean that is in the basement dark. They are really quality facilities. This is the new one in Amsterdam, Central Station. 13,000 bicycles. Only problem is how to find my bicycle back if I come home after a day or after one beer. But there are now a very nice system. But again, they invest money in it to make it just as very nice. And Copenhagen, the nice bicycles, access to the station, specialized infrastructure. Last slide. It takes all time. We have really, I was talking also about Japan. It really takes time. It cannot be changed overnight. So you will struggle. It takes us also 30, 40 years in Netherlands, in Europe. I was growing up in a car city. So I was growing up in a car city. So it takes this time. But as even the smallest things every day, you move forward. So that is my message. Apologize, I warned you already yesterday.
You did warn me. I didn't
Several
take you
times.
that seriously. My fault.
I'm well known that I know a little bit and know something about the subject. But I warned you also, I am always running out of time.
But it's quite a journey across the Europe, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed, but I'll open the forum for the questions now. And guess our advice. Please be quick with your questions. We are already running late on our schedule. Maybe have the mic to the gentleman in blue.
Thank you, Guido. I'm very fortunate that I spent my previous week in the Netherlands. So I got the full benefit of the intermodal connectivity. I lived in Den Haag. I traveled to Rotterdam every day. I also stayed in a farmhouse outside Utrecht. What was fascinating is the level of prosperity in the country. Yeah, I could be on a tram, and there might be 2 other people on the tram with me. The trains were full. It's fantastic to achieve that level of prosperity. It would be really nice for us to understand, how did the Netherlands get that prosperous? It didn't do it on cycles. It definitely did it on cars, because I saw the freeways were full of cars. The trains were full. Yeah, but I think that's not the key question here. One thing which you mentioned about the level of scrutiny of projects is something that I find fascinating. We did get a chance to meet with the Urban Arts Commission of Den Haag. But when I stayed in a farmhouse in Sittard, near Maastricht, the owner of the farmhouse said that if I have to change one shelter in my farm, I have to still go through the Urban Arts Commission. So my question to you is, could you exactly, could you tell us a little bit more about at what point in the Netherlands history did the Urban Arts Commission get this level of regulatory power? Because nothing, whether it is in the capital, Den Haag, or it's in Amsterdam or Rotterdam or a farm, gets finalized from a design, planning, or even finance-related issues without the scrutiny of the Urban Arts Commission. That is fascinating to me. I have the NS app on my phone, and the travel choice is so amazing that it asks me whether I'm arriving on foot, and when I exit at the other end, am I going to take a car? And my combination of travel modes is decided by how I'm going to enter a station or get out from a bus station. That's amazing, but clearly that's a level of evolution that took some time. Could you tell us about the Urban Arts Commission?
Yeah, the whole TOD model, as I said, was to my opinion, is quite simple. That is property tax and the property gain, and that works very simple. So that's not so bureaucratic. There is another side which is extremely bureaucratic, and that is time-consuming. The design of a station easily can take 4 or 5 years in discussions how the station is and public participation. So a lot of projects are very delayed, but there is a commission. One commission is especially, it's the Architectural Committee for Stations, which is an independent, although it's sponsored by the state, but it's completely independent with 10 architects. And any station, whatever is designed or changed, has to go through this commission, and they can refuse it, reject it, etc. The ordinary people has also to face that even if you want to change a small window in your house, you have to have a permission, which is very bureaucratic. And you have also to pay for it, even if it's $100 for this application, just for a change. So a lot of people don't understand. There is a lot of opposition by, let's say, ordinary people, but also to businesses that they are hampered. So there is now a discussion underway with new laws coming in, I think, the 1st of January next year, to simplify this process, because it became too bureaucratic. But it has the advantages. That's why the country looks very nice. And in terms of quality and informal housing, what's that? You know, if it's illegal, it's the next day it's bulldozed. Very simple. You have no planning, but it is bureaucratic. That is the disadvantage with all these commissions. And so we have also for all these new TOD developments, we have these independent commissions. It quite well works for the TOD, for example, because it means that you always have a third party or an independent review for the quality. I think that is part of the high quality of many developments, is that it has always to go to an independent committee to review any of the plans to see, do they take care of pedestrians? Did they take care of public transport? Prove it. And they have to defend, it's like you study at university, you have to defend your plan that you have tick all the boxes. If not, go back and make a redesign. Also the developers. Any of the developers, I didn't show you all the icons of architecture, especially Amsterdam South, but they are very strong. If you don't come up with a very, very nice design, a good architecture, which costs money, they say we take another developer.
We'll have question here from the first table. Mahendra, sir, please.
I'm Mahendra Kumar, this side.
First table, Mr. Guido?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm Mahendra Kumar from NCRTC. I have a very simple question. This is regarding, in one of your slides you said, the latest concept in Europe is to have city of places. So slightly elaborate on that, and then how does it fit into the concept of the TOD?
Well, I think the city of places is actually in the general city. And the TOD is actually already partly a place of, not a small city of places, because in TOD we don't see, hopefully, a good TOD, much cars. So there is already a lot of public space. And we discussed yesterday something about parking. And in TOD we nearly don't see parking. Because why should you have parking on the best accessible place of the city? So there is not so much parking. Oh yeah, TOD, there is all these stations, what I said, the concept of the TOD, all these stations is, if you come out of the station, you need to have a wow effect. This is nice, you know, and not like you bump into immediately a road. So that's already a city of places, makes it nice, enjoyable.
Yeah, that is what they slightly contradict each other. The city of places and TOD, I felt they are contradicting each other. And you said Paris is a city of places.
But the whole city is one TOD. It's everywhere you have to think. I'm sure in 20 years I come to Delhi. How is it called? Your big square, Connaught Place?
Yeah.
There will be no cars, no doubt. You know, there will be old cars. It will be really a nice environment where people walk and business are vibrant and everybody love to go. It takes some time, but it will happen. And it's also a helps to people use public transport, make people happy.
Two very short questions. One in the gentleman in the back. If we can pass the mic to him.
May I? Madam, may I?
Sure, ma'am. But Mr. Guido, I would request you to please answer it precisely and in concise manner. Please. Thank you so much. Manisha, ma'am.
All right. Manisha Singh from Delhi Metro. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. And thank you for giving women the credit. Thank you. Now, my question is carrying forward from the previous one. You had mentioned in your presentation that you are moving from car-oriented cities to city of places. A brilliant concept. But I'm like advocating I'm the devil's advocate here. How did you handle resistance from the automobile industry? I'm like thinking Elon Musk must be very worried here. How did you resolve that?
That's a topic, again, we can talk for hours.
I wouldn't encourage that.
I will tell you short a story. This is very short.
I hope so.
I worked 10 years in Moscow to have the first pedestrian area in the city center. After 10 years, we did. It was a great success. And then, because all these complaints from all these shopping owners, next year, we had more than ever complaints from shop owners. Not from that street, from all the other neighboring streets we still had cars. And they said, please, 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 we want also pedestrian play areas, because everybody is now going to this street. So it will work. The Chamber of Commerce of Amsterdam has requested the municipal council to ban all cars out of the city. Can you imagine? Chamber of Commerce asked to remove cars because they think it makes the city more vibrant, attract more people. So it works, but there is some politicians who are against it, not often, because they drive their cars.
Last question.
Hello, Mr. Brueggemann. I have a question.
I am so sorry, I'll have to say no to you. The gentleman in the back, I have already given him one question, and this is the last question. He'll be available throughout the day. You can meet him informally for on the tea breaks and lunch break.
Hi, thank you for the insightful presentation. I'm Adarsh Kapoor, TOD advisor to World Bank. Just two simple parts of the same question. One, you talked about integration of bus system with the train station. So was there a policy measure to encourage that, or was it left to the wisdom of the designer to integrate and prioritize bus movement within the station and the transit area? And with regards to public space, was it only within the station area that the transit authority was responsible, or was the transit authority also influencing the public space design outside the station area?
Your first question is that if we sit on the table with the municipality and often the transport authority, it's always the municipality who automatically sets in the terms of reference for the urban planning design the multimodal integration, and the urban planner is obliged to present in their plans the integration between bus and metro. So it's a requirement in the terms of reference for any urban planner and designer which is hired by the municipality. The transport authority has certainly also their influence on the, not only on the station, but also the neighborhood around it and the TOD. They really sit on the table because the development costs a lot of money also for the transport companies. So they want to be sure that the number of passengers is maximized. So their interest is a development designed to maximize the number of passengers. So the transport authority is influencing walking routes and cycling routes, etc., because they want to maximize the number of passengers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Guido. It was a very interesting session. I know there are some questions left, but as I said, please ask him during the tea break and lunch break. I am sure he'll be more than willing to answer. Sir, I would like you to be here for one more moment. I would request MD sir to kindly present a memento to our speaker as a token of our appreciation. Next, we have a presentation on experiences of TOD implementation in Ahmedabad by Mr. Shivanand Swami. Mr. Shivanand is an economist and urban and regional planner with deep experience in transport system, integrated land use, transport planning, and development management. He has been teaching at CEPT University since 1986 and has served as a policy and system advisor to national, state, and local governments on public transport and planning initiatives across the country. Sir, I invite you on the stage, and let's make Mr. Guido's session an exception and not an example. We have half an hour for the presentation and 15 minutes for question answer round. Thank you so much, sir.
I'll probably save even more than that.
Thank you.
The reason being, there were two presentations yesterday on Ahmedabad itself, and therefore it is going to be some repetition. I'll try and use the time optimally. Yeah?
Thank you, sir.
After a wonderful presentation, I think you need not have to lose sleep yesterday night. People would have been happy to hear you show 500 slides. Yeah? Thank you very much. Yeah? Look, Ahmedabad and Gujarat, for that matter, is a business city, as we all know. The mentality is like how to make things work. Dhanda karna hai. I think that's the way private sector thinks, and that's the way public sector thinks. And therefore, when around 2009, 10, 11, the city was in the process of preparing a development plan, that's the time D. Tara, the additional secretary, was the commissioner and the chairman of AUDA. That's when this whole idea of integrating TOD principles into the development plan was discussed. And just before that, we were involved in preparing a comprehensive mobility plan. OP was heading UMTC. He had taken up that assignment, and we worked with him. And that was where we had this whole metro lines, the BRT lines, put on as part of the development plan network. I think that is an important thing, that you integrated BRT and metro into the development plan formally for the first time, probably in any cities in India. And that became the basis on which one could work on and develop TODs. I need your help in operating this.
This is for backwards, this is for forwards, and if you want to point, it is there.
Okay.
And there's a separate pointer.
That should be. Yep. And that was also the time when we were working on leaders in urban transport programs, a capacity building program of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and the World Bank, again led by OP, and two participants, one from AUDA and one from Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, took up this TOD concept as their project. They worked on it for about 4 or 5 months, and they detailed out many of these concepts initially, and then they took it forward as part of their assignment within those departments. And that's how this whole TOD thing started off. As we all know by now, TOD is about transit, is about development, and it has to be oriented towards and supporting transit. I think that's the whole key there. And that would mean you include not just transit, you also need to include walking, bicycles, and the last mile and accessibility. Okay. Along with it, value capture is an added benefit, but then value capture itself cannot be the final outcome for what you are going to do. I think that's an important thing which one would like to highlight here. There are different ways that world is implementing TOD depending on the context. This is Bogota, the best bus city in the world probably today, and they have introduced BRT. When they did that, their TOD concept was quite different. What they did was they have all the people well-to-do and the middle income groups who are living in and around the city, and they needed to have a place for the low-income people, the slum redevelopment part of it. They identified land in the periphery, and then they invited private people to build affordable housing there. And then their BRT system, they decided not to have a distance-based fare, and instead they are having a fixed fare. And okay, whether you travel for 1 kilometer or 10 kilometers, a fixed fare, and therefore long distance travel became cheaper. And by that means, they were actually supporting the poor mobility as well as their employment accessibility. I think that's one form of a TOD which you come across in this. Okay. And then the second, of course, Hero talked about this elaborately. I don't need to say much about the Rail Plus development. I think that's the Rail Plus property in Hong Kong. But what we need to remember is their fare box revenue is about 24%. Rest of it they earn from other modes. But Hong Kong is Hong Kong, and we need to remember that. But then even if we're able to achieve some bit of it, I think that would be a great achievement for benefiting. Of course, this is the Curitiba. We all know globally that you have the trinary road system, and along the transit you build every possible public and the private sector large-scale developments. That's how they concentrated, and then it was tapered off over the space there. Then I come to Ahmedabad. As I said, this is an initiative of Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, and Ahmedabad and the government of Gujarat there. The first time the TOD concept was initiated in around 2011-12. I think then they integrated that as part of their development plan, DP 2021, and it was also integrated into Gujarat Town Planning and Urban Development Act. I think that's an important element there. It is a very formalized process through an act. There was no policy which was prepared, directly went in what needed to be done. Ahmedabad wanted to do it, and they took it up and they integrated it into their policy framework there. And that had land use and transport integration was the key element in the DP preparation process, and they decided to continue with their compact city form. Ahmedabad is often called as a shopping street city. Every street has shopping, employment is fairly distributed. Average trip lengths in Ahmedabad is about 5.5 and 6 kilometers. I think that's a big achievement as opposed to 9, 10, 11 kilometers in the city of Ahmedabad. I think that mixed land use, compact city, I think that's what creates the city, its character there. Enhance accessibility, connectivity and mobility, and ensure minimum energy footprint. I think those were the objectives of the development plan. This yesterday Jignesh showed, and this is a development plan. And then as part of this development plan, an outcome of CMP, all the mass transit network was overlaid. And then along that, 200 meters on either side. I think that's an important point here. Although the policy guideline says 500 meters, Ahmedabad decided to keep the TOD area as 200 meters on either side. We need to remember, if you have a 500-kilometer network of metro, 500 into 500 plus 500 meters, and that would mean like 500 square kilometer area. Would the market absorb such high levels of TOD which comes into the market? And therefore, we need to be more choosy how far you would like to go. And if the network is spread out, I really want to develop a good public transport network. If it is spread out in the city, then your entire city will become a TOD area if you go with that very expanded kind of a influence area. That's how there is. And then the second thing is, Ahmedabad did not decide on one station, second station, third station. They said the belt around the mass transit network, their average BRT station spacing is about 500, 600 meters. And the metro station spacing is about 1 kilometer. And therefore, that anyway would come in as part of this one, not go in with the station-focused TOD development. Also, choosing stations is going to be very critical. Political influences, the transparency issues. And therefore, said, let's blanket and let's see how things evolve. I think that's how the city decided to go in there. One is, of course, as part of the act, you need to publish the boundaries of TOD. You need to have a stakeholder meeting. I think that's an stakeholder meeting or something which was emphasized there. I can't see it in this. No, there. No, there. Yeah. All right. And then you have a network. That is what you see in the dark lines, the two lines which are crossed. And that's our metro line, east-west and the north-south. That's about 40 kilometers in Ahmedabad. another 20 kilometers going to Gandhinagar. All right, yeah. No, is you able to do something about it? Okay. And then you have the green one is the BRT network. That's about 120 kilometers. And therefore, both together is about 220, 230 kilometers of network was taken up. And all along with this 200 meter on either side, this becomes your TOD area. That's almost like that's about 15, 20 square kilometers. That's the kind of an area which we're talking about. The 4 distinct zones that the development plan suggested. One is around the ring road, which is about 76 kilometers long. They decided to designate that ring road as RAS zone. That's an affordable housing zone. Small houses are built all along that, and there the FAR suggested is about 2.7. And then you have the CBD. There was a CBD, there is a CBD in Ahmedabad. They also wanted to use this instrument as part of the development plan, develop an alternative CBD, and that's where along the riverfront on the Ashram Road, they have a CBD which has been designated. Their FSI is about 5.4, and then you have a transit corridor all along the BRT MRT network, 200 meters on either side. There the FSI is 4. And then in between there is a BRT network, and there is also a proposed metro network, and that area was defined as high density zone in between that very close network, and that's again FSI is about 4. Gujarat has 3-tier planning system as of now. One, of course, is a development plan which actually comes out with zoning proposals, regulation for development, city level transportation and infrastructure plans which are being proposed there. And the second one, which of course the first town planning scheme was done in 1915, and about 85-90% of Ahmedabad has been developed using this tool, town planning scheme. And that's the second important thing. And a third one, which was introduced only now as part of this development plan, is your local area plan. That's actually a redevelopment plan. See, Ahmedabad is about 600-year-old city. And when cities develop over a period of time in layers, you need to develop, but you also need to redevelop, and that's the reason why this whole LAP concept, local area plan concept, has been introduced there. 2 important changes in the development planning framework. One is including rapid transit network as part of the DP. That's one important thing. The second one, one must remember that it also reserves land for the public purposes along with the transit network related stuff there. Then as part of the town planning scheme, I am not very I think yesterday also there was this discussion about town planning schemes. Japan adopts town planning scheme very effectively. The logic there is very simple. You have about 100 hectares of land, which for theoretical purpose, not for practically, it is taken as one zone, and then you try and put a good layout network, because earlier, the one what you see on the left, what you see on the left is the original plots, agriculture plots. The boundaries are not in proper shape and size. There is no access there. And if you want to convert that into an urban use, you need to have plot sizes of appropriate sizing, dimensions, as well as the shape and the size. That's what is the whole work. And you also need an access there. And that's the next plan, essentially puts in a layout of the road network, providing access to each and every plot there. And you also, in the whole process, you can take away up to 50% of the whole parcel of that land for the public purposes. That public purpose would include roads, parks, playgrounds, and all other purposes there. Now the question comes back as to, like, how do you repay back the owner who is actually parting with almost 50% of the land? I think that's where the value capture thing comes in. The betterment levy, actually the land is valued before the town planning scheme is prepared, and then the land is valued post the town planning scheme. The difference between the pre and the post value is the betterment value, and that value, up to 50% of that value, is taken by the local authority. In effect, what happens is, rather than taking money exchange is not actually done, they try and do actually juggle around such that you don't take any money, you don't give any money, you take that 50% of the land for public purposes. I think that's one very effective tool Gujarat has been using for the past almost 110, 115 years. I think that's what it's happening. Yeah? And there are two important aspects here. Along with this town planning scheme, you can take away 15% of that whole of the land area for against financing infrastructure, and therefore you're actually creating a land pool of that 15%. The second important thing is like you can actually reserve up to 10%. Generally 3, 4, 5% is reserved for urban poor, and therefore in Ahmedabad you will see public plots reserved for urban poor all over the city, and that mix part of it also, development mix comes in that process there. Now, in terms of overall land for public purpose, 20% is what is generally reserved for road network, it may be less, and then 5% for physical, social and physical infrastructure, 10% for economically weaker sections, and then 15% for the infrastructure financing. Actually, in practice, they take away about 35 to 40%, not actually, they don't go up to 50%. And that's the way it works there. Now, the instrument which they introduced, again on the similar lines there, the redevelopment part of it. This is along the BRT network, 35 kilometers, it's almost like 120 kilometers is what has been reserved. Each of these parcels, they have been parceled again into sub-parcels, and then they're called local area plans, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Entire network is divided into several local area plan areas, basically. And FSI is 4 in this area. What is important, distinct from other cities, is that you don't do any zoning for that local area. Like, whatever is there as part of the town planning scheme, that zone will continue. You do not actually try and fix so much percentage of housing, so much of poor, that all of that kind of a subdivision in terms of housing composition is not done. What is there originally as part of the zoning is what will be there. Actually, the urban poor is separately dealt with, and therefore they said you can develop as per the market, as per the original zone. I think that's how this entire thing works there. No dwelling size is suggested, and then actually you also have height restrictions depending on the width of the road, how much you can go. You can go up to 70 meters if your road width is about 36 meters or wider, and the lowest is if your road is about 9 meters, and you can go up to 10 meters there. Then there are 3 important provisions there. When you are actually doing this local area plans, you provide for additional roads, that's called future right of way, future ROW. You provide for something called a flexible right of way, and then the third one is a pedestrian right of way, and then you also provide for a public domain. These 4 elements are critical there. When you talk about, I'll show you this with a case of Waters. This is one local area plan, the 200 meters long, that has been earmarked, and this was the land uses which were there before. Much of it is residential as of now, and then the road network, and then the building blocks which are there. And then what you do is look at the roads where you can ply your public transport. This is the city bus transport, the red lines, and then you have the BRT there, and then you have the metro there. Therefore, you would like to improve the accessibility part of it for this network, and then you try and enhance this with additional network where you can ply your city buses, feeder buses or whatever you can call that. And then basically what you do is to try and reduce your block sizes, and therefore you make more accessible the area. This is the original street hierarchy as of now. Okay, and then these are the block sizes which are there. And then the total number of blocks are 116. And then this is what was a notified road. And then this is what you propose as part of the local area plan there. What you see there, the new roads, the ones, you can see the network change there. The blue ones, but you see there, and then the purple ones are the new road networks which have been added there. I think they are includes basically future right of way, and then the flexible right of way and the pedestrian way. I'll try and define what a future right of way is. It's actually a proper road which will develop as and when this gets developed. A flexible right of way, if a plot is very large, okay, you are allowed to decide where you would like to align your road network, but you need to connect this road with this road. You may connect it depending on how you want to divide your plot. I think that's what is a flexible right of way. And then when the society is already developed very long time, and then you try and create pedestrian plots between two societies, and that's what is a pedestrian right of way there. I think that's how it works there. And this is post, although provision for FSI was about 4, actually developable FSI is up to, achievable FSI is 3.2. And then in this TOZ area, total of 365 crores could be generated through this FSI charge, basically. And then when you have this additional FSI 1.8, whatever you utilize above that, whatever is the gentry value, earlier it was 40% of the gentry value was charged as additional FSI charge. Now with the revision of the base rate of property tax and the gentry, now it's 30% of the value, incremental value is taken as a FSI charge, additional FSI charge. Now similarly, one more very quick, this one, this was the original road network. And then these are the roads which are added, the blue ones. And then this is what is a flexible right of way, and this is your pedestrian right of way. And therefore, in the whole process, you try and reduce the block sizes, increase accessibility, and then the total, if you really look at it, there are 700 developments by the private sector is actually happening on ground now. And so far, 318 cases have happened, generating an amount of about 533 crores for the city of Ahmedabad. Yeah? And then within CBD, it's about 83 crores. And within the MRTS area, 49 projects generating about 104 crores. That's the kind of an amount which has been generated there. This is a public consultation. These are some visuals there. I'll show you some buildings which are happening. This is a BRT. There's a metro and the BRT along that. There is a, next to that is a metro station and the bus station. These are the kind of buildings which are coming at different places. The original footpath is what is shown in the red. And then the additional area which, because of the TOD, came into the public space is the green mark, 4.5 meters came into public domain. Therefore, you make streets walkable. I think that's the whole idea there. Then the new buildings which are coming up, interesting with the building bylaws and no compounds and things like that. Very interesting kind of buildings and almost like walkways, plazas. That is what is actually happening in the frontage arcades. Yeah, and this is what is happening. Just to say that the parking in the TOD area required is reduced from 40% to 20%. I think that's an important thing there. Yeah. Okay. And just to conclude, therefore, okay.
The forum is now open for questions.
No,
yes,
just
sir?
there are 4 things that I'd like to add there. Number one, there is a big difference between the developments in the western part of the city of Ahmedabad and the eastern part. And income groups, the basic thing, like east is the poor people where they live, and the west is where the rich live. And TOD has picked up very well in the rich populated area and not so well in the poor income group areas. And that's one important thing we need to keep in mind. Yeah? And number two there, the sharing part of it. AMC gets the money for the area which is developed within AMC. AUDA gets the money for the area where the development is within their area, jurisdiction there. Supposed to be shared with Metro Agency and the Narmada Water Resource Agency. That's still to happen. I think that's number two there. There are issues, okay, how much to share and whether to share, not to share, the issues of that kind. We need to remember that TOD, whatever you generate, is a one-time revenue as far as the value capture is concerned. You cannot be capturing it again and again. I think that's third, you need to remember. Whatever comes in as part of the property tax goes towards servicing those areas. And therefore, TOD value capture is only once there. Once of that property time, okay, subsequently something else. And then the four, if you really have public land, which Ahmedabad has on the riverfront and so on and so forth, actually auctioning it, getting the right price is always a problem. Because you always have this black and white component everywhere. If a public authority goes on to sell a public property, what they will get, even the responses are going to be very difficult and very poor. The market values tend to be lower than that. And finally, to conclude, if you want your TOD to succeed, make your rules, regulations, everything else very simple, okay? And it has to be driven by the market, and the processes in the plans have to be uniform all across this place. You can't differentiate too much, otherwise you will have a lot of allegations, and things will move, and you need to move. I think, agree with him, whether it's instead of 1, you need to do 1.01. I think we're sure Ahmedabad has done it. It is happening for the past 10 years, and it will innovate. We will all innovate. I think we're in a good place right now at good time, Amrit Kal. We are sure that soon we would reach the destination, sooner or later, where we want to reach. Thank you.
The forum is now open for your questions. If anybody wants to ask a question, yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you talked about the town planning scheme, which was basically a readjustment of land, wherein a private individual parts with some fraction of his property in lieu of a betterment levy, I guess. So, and you talked about it taking place even in the congested parts of the city. But I want to understand the difference. I mean, in a greenfield project, it's quite easy, where there is not much of a built-up area. But in the congested parts of the city, where people have built their properties over the land, how do you do that? I mean,
you don't actually, in the greenfield site, you don't actually take away 40% of the land.
I understand, sir.
Okay, that's one. What is done there is, there are basically two things. One is your margins. You need to expand that margin. As and when you redevelop that place, you will leave that margin much wider. Number two, you will not have compound walls and that kind of this one. Number three, provide accesses. These are the three things you do there as part of that whole process there. Now, you don't really take away 40% in that case there. That's it.
Next question.
Thank you. Thank you for the very informative presentation. I was wondering, in the LAP, the new roads that are coming in, was the land acquired for that? How did you get the land for the new roads?
It's actually as part of the LAP plan, you have the road marked there. As and when the redevelopment of that particular property takes place, the owner will have to leave that place for the public use.
Has it happened?
It has happened in some cases.
Okay.
It's happened. And in fact, I showed you one picture where the front margin has been wide. From private property, it has become a public domain. I think that's it.
Mr. Chautani, your question, please.
Thank you. Professor Swami, I have just one query. You said 200 meter you have taken influence zone on both sides of, either side of this metro or BRT, whatever it is. Whether AMC notifies separate circle rate for the purpose of property tax in this area to capture the VCF?
Sir, as of now, the circle rates are defined based on the location and then the use part of it there. There is no change in the circle rate subsequent to this part of it.
But then how do you capture?
I get what you are saying. Yeah. But then actually the rates get automatically reflected. What do you say? Is that happened? Circle rates are not
No,
defined.
but that is what I am saying.
I get your point. There would be an implication of what you are saying. Circle rates have not changed.
But
Circle
it is
rate
not
changing-
happening anywhere in India actually.
That's
That is a problem.
That's
And how to get the VCF then in that area?
No, the land values for that entire area is more or less reflected there. You're already getting 40% and that's...
Yeah, but property tax is not changed. Yeah.
Property tax is not changed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next question. May we please pass the mic to the lady?
Just to say, we should not be greedy. What we can mobilize, we should mobilize. And if we become greedy, we might not even get that. I think that's the point one need to keep in mind. Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Kamlesh Gupta from NCRTC. Sir, my question is about the TOD, which you said 200 meter for the BRTS as well as for the metro, MRTS. So is it a good idea to keep the same TOZ for the BRTS and for the MRTS, because the BRTS has a vast network there, about 160 kilometer, compared to the metro, Ahmedabad metro. And metro is generally passing through very important areas, whereas the BRTS may be passing through slightly unimportant and less developed areas. So what is your personal view in that?
Sir, it's not so much about the network, public transport network in any way is going to get enhanced sooner or later. Metro will not remain 40 or 60 kilometers. It will become 80 and 120. Like in Delhi today, we have about almost 400 plus kilometers of network. The metro and the BRT, the differentiation is not made because the station spacing is about 600, 700 meters versus 800 to 120 meters. I think that's the difference there. Access for a metro and access for a BRT is not going to be very different. Therefore, the city decided to go with just 200 and not try and differentiate between one and the other. In fact, in other cities of Gujarat, on all 36 meters and wider roads, they are having 4 FSI. Is that right? And therefore, they are saying every major street, okay, need to be provided with some kind of a public transport, and it will also have higher development like this.
Ma'am, if you could ask your question. Yeah.
So I'm Jyoti Das from Delhi Development Authority. My question is the betterment levy that is charged while the project is being planned. So is that sufficient for the infrastructure augmentation for that area, especially in the brownfield area where there is already high intensity development existing on the ground? And to what extent does it cover? Does it just cover the trunk infrastructure or also the plot level connections?
Madam, in the greenfield is where town planning scheme mechanism is used. And that's where you get this 30, 40, 50% of the land. And against that, you basically, you don't give back any money, you don't take any money. That's adjusted there, generally, I'm just saying. And then you also take 15% of the land for infrastructure financing. And that land property, you develop it and sell it at an appropriate time. And that's how you finance your infrastructure. And that works well there. And in case of LAP, what you get from that additional FSI sale is what you will have to augment the infrastructure. And that, I don't know, there are no calculations, but that should be sufficient enough to redevelop that infrastructure in those areas.
And so for affordable housing or the low income housing, so the plot is reserved during the TP scheme, but the cost of the building the housing, is it recovered from the project itself?
No,
or through convergence?
There are two parts there. In the greenfield area, you have up to 10% of the land. Generally, it's about 5-6% of the land is reserved for economically weaker section housing. As and when weaker section housing projects are done, and that land is utilized there for the private. That's a separate case altogether. The affordable housing zone is a belt around the ring road of the city, and there you have certain size restriction is there and the type of houses you built, and that's all done through private participation. It's not through public sector, and therefore, there is no question of recovering any of that.
The gentleman in the back. May we please?
Sir, thank you for the insightful presentation. In fact, Ahmedabad...
Sir, you're not audible.
Hello? Yeah. So thank you for the insightful presentation, and Ahmedabad's example shows a lot because a lot has been implemented. Do you have any points to add on with regards to the NCRTC corridors? Because a lot of these corridors pass through rural areas, connect smaller towns, and if TP scheme or LAP mechanism is applied to these kind of areas, are there any minor articulation required to these, or can it be applied the way it is?
I'm not so well versed with the plan, whatever I presented in the morning. There are 2 or 3 points where one would have to be careful in terms of developing TOD in smaller towns. Your costs are probably not going to be smaller, and therefore you need to be careful about your sizing of the infrastructure there, type of infrastructure. The market itself is going to be of a different nature. I think that's one component I'm sure you're already taking care of. The second point, which I'm not sure whether it was explored and not done or it's being done, whether any new town concepts were thought of. Would it have been possible to procure some land and develop it as a completely new town? And that can have a very different impact given the distance part of it there. As far as the application of town planning scheme, wherever, if we can create public awareness about planning, infrastructure development, and the value creation part of it, I think town planning scheme will work very well. I think that's the only way that you can develop in the future. You cannot continue to depend on land acquisition anyway. Yeah.
Last question. That would be all then. Thank you so much, Mr. Swami. It was a very informative and insightful session.
Save your time.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm really appreciative of that. I would request, sir, I would like you to be on the stage for another moment. I would request Director Systems NCRTC, Mr. Navneet Kaushik, sir, to please present a memento to the speaker as a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. We would now take a break for tea for 15 minutes and reassemble back. I would request the guests to be on time. Thank you so much, everyone. I would request all the guests to reassemble for our next session. A humble request to all the guests to kindly reassemble so that we can continue with our proceedings. All the guests are kindly requested to please reassemble for the next session. Presentation, CMD? My secretary, so he will be joining late or he has joined already on your link. Okay. He's ready. He has a presentation. Yeah, there's a 10 slide, it's 5 minutes with him. No, that's not the problem. Because we'll have to make some arrangement on the technical list so that his presentation is connected. Sure. So if you could please inform them or I should do it. Yeah. So they'll be ready for his slides. Guests are requested to kindly reassemble for the next session. Is there a bell or something so that we can inform the guest in the break area to reassemble? Please, I would request you to ring that. Have we informed in the break area? Guests are requested to kindly settle down quickly so that we can proceed with our next session. I would request you all to kindly settle down quickly so that we can begin our proceedings. A humble request to all the guests to kindly settle down so that we can begin our next session. Requesting all the guests to kindly take their seats quickly so that we can proceed with our next session. Okay. Kindly settle down quickly so that we can begin the next session. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice tea break and you are rejuvenated for the next session. Now we are heading towards a panel discussion where we will deliberate on regulatory and institutional perspectives on challenges in TOD implementation in states and way forward. I would like to extend a warm welcome and request our panelists to take their seats on the dais. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Mr. Nitin Ramesh Gokarn, Additional Chief Secretary, Housing and Urban Planning Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Welcome in the dais, sir. Please give him a big round of applause. Mr. Pankaj Tyagi, Member, Land and Amenities, Rail Land Development Authority. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, please. Mr. Shubhashish Panda, Vice Chairman, Delhi Development Authority. Welcome on the dais, sir. We have Mr. Anshul Mishra, Member Secretary, Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority. He'll be joining us virtually. He's already connected. We have Ms. Manjula V, Commissioner, Directorate of Urban Land Transport, Government of Karnataka. This session will be moderated by Mr. O.P. Agrawal, Senior Advisor, WRI India. Welcome, sir, on the stage. Mr. Agrawal is a highly respected thinker and a practitioner with a wealth of experience in cities, urban transport, climate change, and related development and environment issues. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone. 1.5 days of fascinating discussions. I think fantastic presentations from Japan, from Hong Kong, Ahmedabad, number of other places. Fabulous presentations. But listening to all this, a couple of things keep going into my mind. We've seen what's happened in many other parts of the world. There's a lot more that we need to do in India. A few days ago, the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs was attending a meeting or an annual flagship event of WRI India, where he said that we've got 800 kilometers of metro already built. I think he included the RRTS as part of that. And he said 900 more is to be built. So we're talking of 1,700. I think Lohia was largely responsible for a lot of this, of course, his successors. But the point is that if this is the length that is coming up, I think TOD is a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer. It just has to be done. And yesterday, Mr. D.S. Mishra spent some time explaining what exactly is TOD. And I would try to simplify that a little more by saying two major objectives we are looking out of that. One, you want more people to be closer to the metro so that they use the metro. Or whatever is the mass transit system that's getting built. The second is that it helps raise the finances to pay for the metro system or the rail system. A third, of course, would be greater convenience to the people. But I will say these are the three major things that we want to get. A lot of others that we've seen are instruments towards achieving all of this. But the few things that I'm still left thinking about, and this is a few questions that I will have for the panelists that you have here, all illustrious, including Manjula, a very dear friend of mine for a long time. The questions I have are, one, this is talking about land use and transport coming together. Institutionally, it does not happen. The National Urban Transport Policy, the very first recommendation of that policy is integrating land use and transport, coming up with integrated land use and transport plans. I haven't seen any real integrated land use and transport plan which has come up. So institutionally, it doesn't happen. So the question I would have is, between the transport segment and the urban planning segment, who is going to take the lead? I would never accept someone saying that, no, both of them have to do it jointly. It does not happen. Who's going to lose sleep over it? Whose night is going to be ruined because of this? In the case of NCRTC, RK, he's losing sleep over it. Mukut is losing sleep over it. In the case of Ahmedabad, I know for a fact that Shivanand was losing sleep over it. Who's going to lose sleep over it? Is it led by the transport team? Is it led by the land use team? How do you make sure that the two really work together? First question. The second question, and this is a common question I'm asking for all the panelists. The second question is, does this need any kind of a regulatory change to happen from what we have today? So your thoughts on what kind of things, if done, will help much greater scaling up of TOD? The next question is, we all know that TOD is a cash cow. You can raise a lot of money through this. But to be able to raise that money, you have to invest money. The spending comes first. Where does that money come from? Are there instruments through which we can raise that money? Is the, like
Is that mass transit project, if it's approved for X crores, can you give another 10% for investment in TOD? What could be mechanisms through which that financing could be done? The third question, and the last question that I'll have is, when we think about TOD plans, I've seen two different things happening. In fact, when the NCRTC or the RRTS proposal was at the initial DPR stage itself, the then member secretary asked me to take a look and say, look, can you check if the demand estimation has been done properly? And I said, look, I would not even look at the demand estimation, because if you look at today's demand, it's not justified. This can only get justified by demand that you have to create for it. How you go about creating that demand is the important thing. And the demand is not going to be created by building residential buildings and office buildings alone. It will be created by looking at economic opportunities that you create in that area. It's not going to happen just by constructing buildings. Why will someone go and live there unless there is an economic opportunity that is visible? How do you look at that? So I brought in a third dimension: land use, transport, and economic planning. Unless these three come together, it's going to be a very difficult thing. So this is the question to all the panelists. Let me start from the left with Mr. Panda, and then go round.
Thank you. Very three pertinent questions, and I must appreciate that something we are discussing in this forum. A lot of people are involved who are from the transport sector, and of course DDA is around, which owns most of the land in Delhi. When we talk about the mobility plan, unfortunately Delhi in the last so many years does not have a mobility plan which covers the entire city or the city-state. We have in small pockets standalone developments which are not integrated into the master plan. So you ask the question of who's going to ring the bell. DDA is probably going to lose its sleep because it has volunteered in its proposed master plan for 41 that the CMP for Delhi shall be taken up by DDA. But having said that, there's a whole lot of hesitation in DDA. As you yourself pointed out, there's always this issue of if the land owning agency starts doing a transport plan, a mobility plan, what happens if the transport agencies do not participate in the entire exercise? So it will be an exercise in futility and probably an exercise which is totally wrong. So there's a strong need for all the stakeholders to come together. The transport agencies need to understand that unless you have a proper plan, their layout would not matter to the city. It would probably end up in only adding to the congestion and confusion of the city. And similarly, land owning agencies should understand that you may have land, you may create infrastructure in terms of residential or commercial, but then those would not sell ultimately unless you have a connectivity. A prime example, which I would be frank enough to share, is DDA created a huge inventory in North Delhi. Delhi Metro has been promising to reach there since quite some time now. It hasn't, and hence that inventory still remains. And now there's an enthused response now in the recent cycle of our effort to actually use those inventory, because Delhi Metro has now come up in the public and said that yes, they are going to put up a metro network right up to Rithala. Now, so what I mean to say is there has to be a synergy between the agencies. You can't plan standalone, you can't plan for your land use, and you can't plan for your transport unless you talk to each other. And that's where DDA is going to bell the cat. The second question, sir, you raised was TOD as a cash cow and the upfront investment. Yes, if you look at TOD, it can be a cash cow. But the question I asked to myself is TOD only for revenue generation? I mean, if a transport organization is doing a TOD, I hope, sincerely hope, that it's not only for revenue generation so that it can fund the project. They will have to look at what is happening to the city. When you do an intense development zone planning, or an influence zone planning, you aren't looking at yourself as an island. I mean, to take an example, if New Delhi railway station is to be developed as a TOD, it cannot look at itself because all the places around it, including Connaught Place as a prime example, is already so very congested. So the TOD has to be part of the city, and the influence zone apart, the planning has to look beyond that 500-meter radius or that 800-meter radius, go beyond and see what will happen to the rest of the city. Am I in sync in my thinking and my policy that I'm trying to bring out, in my planning that I'm trying to do? So it should not be a cash cow for the purpose, it should not be for the purpose of only revenue generation. It should ultimately be aiming to alleviate the issues that the city is facing. If it is accommodation, if it is office space, if it is commercial space which is lacking in the city, yes, come up with something fancy. If it is not, curtail yourself to the level that the city requires at that particular node. And don't try to recover all the money that you have invested by creating huge amount of concrete space which would ultimately never be utilized or underutilized. And in the process, only create more troubles for the city. And you rightly said that if you need to start a TOD, somebody has to invest. There has to be an upfront investment. Upfront investment is possible because there's a whole lot of private players who are interested in coming and joining in, especially if it's a government agency who's doing a TOD, they would be willingly coming forward. To give you an example, what has happened is DDA provided land to the railways at Bijwashan and allowed the railways to further lease out that land on a long-term basis, which DDA earlier never used to do. In the process, now they've managed to get a private partner who's taken over or is in the process of taking over. And it's a win-win both for the railways, also for DDA because there's a revenue sharing, and also the private partner because it gets a huge chunk of land to develop that area. So the railway there, the station which is now going to come up as a huge major railway node, is going to get a good development coming up over there. So you have money in this private sector to invest to create a TOD. You can have JVs, you can create a subsidiary company, you can do in multiple ways of doing it. Those are just basically details. But yes, there is money for investing in creating a TOD. So the third question you raised was demand estimation. I said in my first part of my response, and also in the second, that we have to be responsible when you're creating a TOD. TOD should not be a fad. That you see every station and you say, this is a TOD. You can't. I mean, we may think about a corridor development as DD has amended its regulations. It's allowing for, thinking of allowing for corridor development. But you can't have every station turning into a TOD. You will be messing up the city. Especially a city like Delhi, which has huge legacy issues, heritage issues, a lot of monuments all over the city, a lot of congestion, a lot of road network issues. So you will have to think about how much actually you are going to create. And demand generation has to come with vision. If you look at the particular node today, it may not actually look as if it's going to sell, even if you create it. So you would have to have a vision, and as you rightly pointed out, I mean, I may go into a TOD zone, I take a residence up over there, I get into the metro, travel to my destination where I'm working. But what if at my destination, there is no last mile connectivity? I mean, I wouldn't be traveling on the metro then. I would then again be taking my vehicle. So I have come into the heart of the city, into a TOD. Now again, not use the metro or the rapid rail or any other BRT, whatever, and still am traveling in my private vehicle. It just doesn't make any sense. It becomes any other accommodation as such, and that you have plenty all across the city. So you need to have a vision to see that your planning has to be end-to-end. If you're creating a TOD, if you're asking people to come and live there, preferably that person could be working also from the same location, or if at all he or she needs to travel out, then they should be having a last mile connectivity so that the congestion on the roads truly drops down, as that's what is one of the prime intentions of a TOD. Apart from that, obviously you're looking for comfortable living, a good quality of living, so that has to be provided. You cannot have any kind of construction happening there, and hence very few takers. So that's my take on the three issues that you raised, sir. Thank you.
Very well said, very well said. I think Delhi has a unique problem where land is with the central government with you and transport is with the state government. Perhaps in the states, it may not be as much of a problem, but I fully acknowledge that Delhi, this is an additional challenge. Fortunately, the metro, you have a much bigger say. The RRTS, you have a bigger say, but with the other transport systems, that is a bit of a problem in Delhi. The other point that you mentioned very rightly is that TOD should not become only revenue generation. And I would say that revenue generation is one part of it. It's not the only part of it. It should really facilitate greater number of people using the mass transit system. Now, the best example of TOD that I like to give is the World Trade Center, which had a metro station under it. Now, I don't think the World Trade Center was built to feed the metro. New York Metro is very well occupied in any case. But the World Trade Center was built perhaps at that location because transport systems were available. So I think that's an excellent example of this thing. And this is great. Demand, yes. The only thing I would say about creating demand is don't look at it only from one zone point of view. I think you have to look at it much more from a larger city economy point of view. What are the economic activities in that city that are attracting people to that city? And once they're attracted to the city, how do we attract them to a place closer to the mass transit system? So points very well said, very well said. Let me now move to one of the participants online. Can I request Mr. Anshul Mishra from the Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority to give us his thoughts?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me, and very happy to see many familiar faces. Gopran sir is also there. Sir, I have a small presentation, if I may be allowed to present few slides, if it is possible. Otherwise, I can go ahead.
I think we will run short of time, so if it'll be much nicer to listen to you than be guided by the slides.
Absolutely fine, sir. Absolutely fine. So, sir, on your questions, I have my thoughts like this. So, on the rules side, sir, we in Chennai have been working on TOD regulations and TOD policy for last almost a year. And we hired SEP for helping us frame the policy and frame the regulations. We have finalized the regulations for Chennai as part of announcement from the government, state government last year that along the notified transit-oriented corridors, we will increase the FSI. So that was the general announcement. But to get those numbers and use and play with the numbers of differential FSI, that becomes tricky. Unless we get those numbers right, we will not have a successful TOD. In Chennai, we already have one incentive to the developers to go vertical along the metro corridors, where we give some kind of concession in premium FSI. But that has not led to vertical development along the metro corridors. So we analyzed that, and we found that we have to have a right mix of regulations with inbuilt incentives, right kind of incentives, so that the market plays and the development happens. Otherwise, we can talk about TOD, but if we don't get the numbers right, it will not happen. So that is point number one. The second issue is about the land use and transport. Definitely, that integration has to happen. And for that, we need to basically develop what we call detailed development plans. So in various states, it is known with different names, but in Tamil Nadu, this is called detailed development plan. And that is, there is a statutory framework for that. Basically, micro level planning in the TOD area. Once you decide, once you notify the TOD zone with 750 meters or 800 meters or 500 meters or whatever, with the TOD 1, 2, 3 or station area zone, we need to prepare a detailed development plan for that. We have to start with land use plan and with the road network, the road grid network. Once we do that, then only we'll be able to have this TOD successfully implemented. The important thing is here to focus on the station area. The station areas could be kind of nodes where we can go for higher FSI and ensure that people, more people are accommodated in those areas. So this is one emphasis which we need to have, because unless we do the detailed plans for the TOD areas, it may lead to another haphazard development. Now, the point that why we need TOD along the transit corridors, the emphasis is on reducing the use, the dependence on private vehicles, dependence on cars, making people walk to the station, and reduce the congestion in the city in general. The point which was made about the revenue generation, I have my different views on that. As it was told by the earlier panelist, that we should not focus on revenue generation to fund transportation system itself. We should rather focus on developing the entire area to accommodate more people, more offices, more commercial spaces, so that automatically the ridership will increase for the transport systems, and the revenues will also increase most probably. The idea is to provide more opportunities for people who live in that area, and they can use the metro system or any transit system to commute from one place to the other place, not having to travel all along from the peripheries of the city to the center of the city, which is causing all the problems. So the third point, sir, on the economics aspect of the TOD, sir. So I believe, sir, the overall the efficiency in economics, in the urban economy, the efficiency in economic growth of an urban area, that is dependent upon how efficiently we organize the city. Most importantly, the transport. So the choice of a house for any person who is in the city, who has to work, who has to move from his house to the workplace, the choice of house is a very important aspect of the entire efficiency in the economy. So in the Indian cities, we have seen urban sprawl happening everywhere. Because we have not densified, we have not thought about TODs, we have not thought about densification along transit corridors. So we see urban sprawls everywhere. People have to travel long distances. We have long duration, trip durations. We have long transportation timing, the trip timing. We have excess transport costs. So all that actually eats away in your economic efficiency. So if you emphasize on the TOD, automatically we are going to have a more efficient system of economic growth. The efficiency in the city will become better, and automatically it will take care of the economy. Thank you, sir.
Very much. I think very well said again. We'll come back to some of the points that you made, but let me move on to Mr. Gokaran from the Government of UP, Principal Secretary or Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development, Government of UP. We had the privilege of listening to Mr. D.S. Mishra yesterday. Now your thoughts.
Well, thank you, sir. I think I'll start from the state level as to what we need to do in terms of regulations, because I think unless you have an enabling framework across the states, the cities won't be able to carry the policies forward. We started working on this sometime last year around July, August is when we came out with the first TOD policy per se for the state, which was in consonance with what the national TOD policy was. And what we are looking at now is how do we actually operationalize this policy. We realize that we have several gaps in our regulatory framework itself. For example, like what was mentioned in the earlier session, the experience of Ahmedabad in the town planning scheme and the LAP, that legal framework we actually lack in UP. So we are in the process of coming out with an ordinance very soon so that we can do that, especially for the RRTS corridor, because that is where the greenfield areas are more available compared to the MRTS corridors. Also, let's look at the city level issues. We have a total of about 5 MRT corridors today in terms of cities. Lucknow, Kanpur, both are functional. Agra, operational, yet to be commercialized. Ghaziabad, Meerut, it will be taken up by the RRTS network. So out of these 5, Lucknow is an old operational metro. We, I think, missed the bus as far as the TOD, which should have been brought along when we started the metro system per se. So in that sense, at the moment, our ridership is about 70,000. Our break-even is about 1.5 lakhs. So this gap, how do we fill it up? You need to have some kind of a attraction in order to attract more ridership. That is an issue. Kanpur, the sector that is working at the moment is not our priority in terms of catchment for people who are commuting. So we have a very low ridership. That is about 13,000. Agra, again, it is more of a tourist place. We really don't know how much will be the daily ridership to and fro. We are actually more gung-ho about the RRTS because that is going to reduce the travel time between Delhi, Meerut, and also enable Ghaziabad to be on board. So that's how we are looking at it from an enabling framework. Luckily for us, our master plans on the GIS platforms through the Amrut scheme are almost on the verge of finalization. And when we came out with the TOD policy, we said we will notify the TOD zones. So we've notified the TOD zones. Now the master plan, that has also been incorporated. And at the moment, they are inviting objections on the extent of the TOD zone on the ground, per se. So this is almost on the final stages. And along with the notification of the master plan, our TOD zones will also be finalized. So this, we hope, will be finalized within a month, because that's fairly advanced stage. Also, Government of India is giving us an incentive of 50 crores if we finalize the master plan. So all the development authorities are looking at that incentive as well, along with the TDR and TOD policies. So all this is part of the overarching scheme of the urban reforms that Special Capital Assistance Government of India is looking to give to the states and to the cities. How do we now integrate the transportation with the land use and the TOD? What we did was we made the master plan TOD exercise and incorporated both UPMRC and NCRTC into them and told them that you prepare the TOD policies and TOD zones for us. Also, look at prioritizing which particular zone you need to take up first, because it's a long TOD zone along the entire network. It's too long to be absorbed at one shot. So you need to prioritize in terms of where we come as economic activity. And also the overarching transportation network, of where your catchment is going to come from. Based on that priority, you go in for the TOD plans. So this stage is going on at the moment. They have hired consultants who are looking exactly as to how to bring about the TOD plans and some of the concepts that were brought in. I think the Netherlands presentation I saw, the beautiful concepts that we think that we can actually get them on board. Now, how do you, after this, how do we get it on ground and take it off? That is the third challenge that will emerge. And we will come on that challenge in a couple of months' time. There are two ways of doing it as far as I look at it. One is we have some old markets, let's say of the LDA or the Awas Vikas Parishad, which we are identifying within the TOD zone itself, which we can immediately take up for redevelopment, because we are looking at higher FAR. Something has to trigger, something has to give way in order for it to be shown as demonstrably possible. That trigger we need to bring in. That's where we think that once we start the work there, then the private sector will also be enticed. Of course, the building bylaws also are under revision for UP. We are going to cabinet to enhance the FAR itself across the city, because we see that the sprawl of the city is going beyond control. I mean, the infrastructure requirement, as you spread out in terms of cost per square kilometer, is actually much more. If you go for densification, it will be less. So we are looking in for higher FAR across the state, but specifically on the TOD itself, we are looking at through this mechanism. What is in it for the NCRTC and the UP Metro? As per our TOD policy, whatever comes in by way of additional FAR, it will be shared 50-50 between both. So it's an economic win-win for both the Metro and RRTS system for their O&M costs, which is going to be a challenge going forward, and also for the Development Authority, for them to bring in their expertise and capital of the master plan. That's how is the overarching strategy that we have for UP at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks. I think this is the certain solid learnings from UP. It may be captured in a document that comes out of it and circulated to all the states. I think this will be very, very useful. I just wanted to make one comment on this. You referred to Netherlands. I think a fundamental thing in Guido's presentation was the mayor is the most powerful person. And he gave the example of when you go to a city, whom do you shake hands with? Unfortunately, that's not the case in India. None of us sitting in the room can influence that. So, the point is, very good points that you made, but how do we negotiate this challenge? Are there other ways in which we can negotiate this challenge? I think in UP, you have been able to do that by getting some institutional mechanism for better coordination between these two. Let me go to Manjula, who's online. I'm trying to go online and offline, and then I'll come to Mr. Tyagi. But Manjula, over to you. Your thoughts. You've been in both urban development, you've been in transport for a long time that I've known, so I think someone who's able to talk across these two disciplines.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Our tryst with transit-oriented development, I would say, is recent. For the last maybe 2 to 3 years, we have started that. We have a transit-oriented development policy for Bengaluru, which has been approved last year. Now, I would like to make this point that TOD, transit-oriented development, so far as we are concerned, is not just about value capture or FAR. So the prime component of our transit-oriented development policy is accessibility. How do you improve access to a mass transit station, whether it could be a metro station or a suburban station or a bus interchange, because there are bus stations where a lot of interchanges happen. So in the policy, we have said TOD would apply to all three of them. Why accessibility? Because we think the multimodal integration aspect of the transit-oriented development is much more important, and it is something which can easily be done. When we are speaking about higher densification and the market, government cannot do so. I do not think governments can step in and acquire land and develop. All that is not possible. So we need to look at the market, and the market has to come forward. So I will come to that aspect a little later, but this is the point. Access is important. Therefore, we define the core principles as 666. From anywhere in 500 meters around the mass transit station, you should have good pedestrian infrastructure to take you by walk to the mass transit station. And from anywhere within 1 kilometer around the mass transit station, within 6 minutes of cycling or 12 minutes of walk, you should be able to reach the station. And beyond that, you need to have feeder bus services. So we are not looking at a corridor-oriented development. We debated a lot when we were making this policy. There was one view which said we should have a corridor all along the metro stations, because anyway, they said you have these access sheds which will overlap. But we said let them overlap, but we should go by the accessibility principle for delineating the transit-oriented zone. Now, as per our transit-oriented development policy and the government order, the Directorate of Urban Land Transport, which is also the secretariat for the BMLTA, is responsible for ensuring integration of the transit-oriented development with the master plan and ensuring that these principles are implemented. But we understand that despite you having one nodal agency, we need a lot of other departments to pitch in. Then the first point is, what is their definition of transit-oriented development? what do they understand by transit-oriented development? Because this is something new, and different people have different kind of, perceptions. Many people think it's only value capture. So with that in mind, we took advantage of the ADB technical assistance that we have had, and we did 2-3 rounds of capacity building for all officials, those from BDA, BWSSB, BESCOM, whoever is responsible for the state, the city infrastructure development, so that they understand and they are on the same page so far as the what we are looking at when we say transit-oriented development is concerned. We also went a little ahead, and while we are preparing this TOD zone plans for 6 upcoming metro station and mobility, this multimodal integration plans for 30 metro stations, we have formed 2 technical committees. One is on the TOD, one is on MMI, and these would have concerned stakeholders from the agencies so that every point as the plans progress, their views are taken into consideration. Because in TOD, we need to have a lot of regulations in place, and every regulation we need to think a lot. So because these cannot be uniformly applied, as it has also been mentioned, there are some heritage zones and there could be some other zones which are already highly densified. So through these technical groups, we are trying to take people along. And we also have, as a part of the overall future road, a capacity building program that would be rolled out continuously so that people get acquainted with the principles and they know what needs to be done. Coming to the regulatory changes, now we do have a TPS, this TPS scheme that is being implemented in Ahmedabad. We do have that as a component of our Town and Country Planning Act, but till now nothing has been implemented, so we don't have experience. So we are now starting from scratch, because though it is in the regulation, it's not necessary that departments and stakeholders have the experience of implementing it. We don't have that. So what we are trying to do is that while we are preparing these 6 TOD zone plans, we have picked up different typologies. We have taken some which are city gateways where a lot of interchange happens between various modes, some which are commercial centers, some which are greenfield, and we are preparing these TOD zone plans so that we understand what are the various factors that could govern when we are planning for it. So to our mind, this planning is the most important step before we go ahead and declare something as a TOD zone, because we need to be very clear how do you delineate it, what kind of potential is there, and what kind of plan you have in mind. Otherwise, it will lead to a lot of confusion when developers come to you and ask what is that you are planning, what is that that is in your mind. So this TOD zone plans, we are preparing for various typologies, and we have not yet implemented any TOD zone plan, unlike Ahmedabad or some other cities. So we don't have the the implementation experience, but this is the planning trajectory that we are following. Now, regarding the money that is raised through the value capture, I agree 100% that this cannot be funding your mass transit. If governments are thinking that this could fund mass transit, that's not at all correct. And here in our Town and Country Planning Act, and the rules have been modified, we have a draft proposal which is under consideration of our government, where the fees that are accruing, the mass transit cess that is accruing, and there is also the charges due to the enhanced FAR. All this goes into a urban transport and infrastructure fund. Now from there, for the mass transit cess and the premium FAR fees, these will be divided between the metro and the suburban station based on some ratio that we have worked out. If in case the entire TOD zone is under metro, under the influence zone of metro, the entire amount goes to them. If it is under suburban, it goes to suburban. If it is shared between metro and suburban, we have arrived at some kind of a ratio. But other funds that are accruing in enhanced development fees, etc., into the UTIF, they also go in for capacity infrastructure enhancement. Because if you are talking about TOD, again, it's like a chicken and egg. Do we have better water supply lines now or after the developer is given permission? So we have put some money under capacity upgradation of water supply, sewerage and all that, which would go, which we are awaiting. It's not yet been approved, but we are awaiting for its approval. So this is the trajectory that we are following. And we are also trying to leverage this experience of, planning for the metro stations, for the suburban stations too. In this case, from DALT, we ourselves have started planning for the TOD for suburban rail. These are suburban rail is still under construction, but we have the station designs are finalized in few stations, and we know where the station exits, etc. are there. So we have taken 4 suburban railway stations, and we are planning. And here I would like to say that data is very, very important, as we have realized, because unless you collect the baseline data, otherwise we think everywhere there is a potential and we go ahead with the TOD. We need to understand what are the issues that you have. Just I will take 1-2 minutes, sir. The kind of issues that came up are, number one, most of the properties are on the roads which are 6 to 9 meter only. So now how high do you go? And what do you do? Do you kind of, normally in the master plans and TOD regulations, you're talking about an 18-meter road and you're talking about giving higher FAR, FSI and all that stuff. So what do you do with if this case where most of the properties are on 6 to 9 meters? And then there are cases in the TOD zones, despite all the TOD zone planning, etc., some areas will still be far off from the suburban station. Therefore, you need to improve your bus transport. If you don't do that, it will not help. So there are issues like that which need to be looked at, and this can be possible only when you go to the granular level and look at the TOD zones. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Two very small comments. I'm very happy that you brought up the issue of access. I'm very happy that you brought up the issue of access, something that we tend to forget. But at the end of the day, transport system is primarily meant to give you better access. I'm glad you brought it up. The other thing is, I think, Karnataka is the only example I know of which has a Directorate of Urban Land Transport. It's a technical body. Urban transport is very different from intercity transport. The complexities of urban transport are far more. And Karnataka has set up a Directorate of Urban Land Transport which supports all the cities in Karnataka. And now they are the Secretariat for the BMLTA, which is the sort of UMTA for Bangalore, but it doesn't deviate from their responsibility for technical advisor to all the other cities. Something that UP may like to think of and others may like to think of, where you have many cities which are going to be needing investments in urban transport. The other, of course, very interesting is I've known Manjula being involved with DULT for many, many years. She's held other positions, but there is a consistency in her involvement with DULT. She talked a lot about capacity building. She also heads the Administrative Training Institute in Mysore. So if you're trying to bring all these things together into one person, that convergence happens through that person. I think that's one lesson that we could take away. But finally, let me go to Mr. Tyagi, who's from the RLDA, the Railway Land Development Authority.
Ministry. I'm from Ministry.
Oh, okay, from the Ministry. Okay, he's the ED in the Ministry of Railways. Okay, Mr. Tyagi.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. Basically, sir, I would like to bring forth the points which Ministry has taken or is taking towards this TOD, and then further what challenges we are facing, and further, yes, there are solutions, there are a way forward for it. In terms of land holding, Indian Railways is the second largest central government department. We are just behind the Ministry of Defense. Although we have around 62,000 odd hectare of vacant railway land, but mainly it's the linear portion which is along the track and which is normally or being used for future expansion. But the station part, yes, we have stations or colonies or all this area which is used and also lying unutilized at present. So until now, Ministry of Railways has formed a Rail Land Development Authority for commercial utilization of this vacant surplus land, which is not immediately required in future. So that authority was given mandate for exploitation, for monetization, etc. Now, as on date, around 1,000 hectare of railway land has been given to RLDA. So several regulations or rules, they have been framed for working of the RLDA. Now, RLDA is taking this development on several modes, like they are also going for self-development, they are also going for development by making JVs with the state government or PSUs. Even they can go for the joint development by with the private players also. In addition to this, Indian Railways has taken a massive program of station redevelopment. About more than 1 lakh crore will be expenditure will be made towards the redevelopment of the stations. Now these stations, out of which several stations are major stations, and the development is being done by either RLDA or Indian Railways also. Initially it was thought of that this redevelopment of some of the stations may be taken through PPP, but later on it was decided that let us go for the development of these stations with the CFI only. The reason for taking this decision is mainly that if we go for the redevelopment of the station with the government fund, then the value around this station area will enhance. And later on, whatever the vacant land, surplus land is available, that can be commercially utilized. So for this, what Indian Railways is doing, that we are preparing the master plans. In the master plan, now all the things regarding this TOD, they has to be taken into the consideration. The land around the station is generally earmarked as the mixed use development. Now, the Honorable PM directed Indian Railways just to develop stations on the line of providing these roof plazas and then go for the vertical development also. Initially, if you see that the stations, basically they were dividing, nowadays dividing the two areas. But now this gap has to be filled. Indian Railways is going for providing the roof plaza that will connect both the sides of the city. In addition to that, our stations, they are located in the heart of the city. Basically, we as Indian Railways, we want to develop these stations as a city center. This is the dream of Indian Railways. Now, this through TOD, it will help in development of residential area, even multimodal transportation, shopping area, then all the associated related with this residential area like public amenities, school, park, etc. They can be developed around these stations through these TOD policies. But as Madam has told, that the main issue in the station is the approach. In all of the major stations in the city, the approach is very congested. And the development on these TOD policies, really they may face a huge challenge. Indian Railways already has delegated powers to general managers of the zonal railways regarding that open space reservation removal. Now what happens is that state government, they have reserved space of the Indian Railways for some other activities also, like road or EWS or something like this, without consultation of the Indian Railways. Now, after delegating this power, now the general managers, they can give land to remove these open space reservations, or for, we can say, the change in the land use. That will help in the development of that area as per the TOD policies. In addition to this, now the question was that who will integrate first, or who will take this challenge? Now Indian Railways is ready to accept this challenge for these station areas. We can go ahead, we can prepare the master plan as per the TOD policies, but again in that we require all the assistance, all the help from the state government, because it is a state subject. If the state is ready to nominate all the major stations as a node, then yes, this TOD we can develop even with the state government or municipal corporations or the local government. we can prepare a master plan wherein all the area around the stations that can be developed, like New Delhi stations, that RLD has developed a master plan in which all around the area has been developed, seamless connectivity is being provided, several flyovers are being constructed or will be constructed. This can be taken care of. So, mainly the help is required from the state regarding declaring the major stations as all the TOD nodes without further notification. Further, this revenue sharing also, it is an important subject in the TOD. We can, even Indian Railways initially was going for upfront payment basis. The leasing of the land is being done the upfront payment basis. But now this revenue sharing can be done with the state governments. If the state governments agrees to provide extra or additional FAR beyond whatever is the permitted, then that revenue can be shared. It will be a win-win situation for state government and for the railways also. Further, the main benefit will be the, again, public, who will get all the facilities at one place, at one location. There, as earlier I told, that there may be residential facilities, park, school, hospitals, everything that can be provided within that major stations area. Further, the dependence on you can say car or motorized transport will substantially reduce. One more effort which is required, that if state governments can come forward for joint integrated development. Even Indian Railways is also agreed to this option. Then RLDA or zonal railways then can go for a MOU with the state governments, and then all the facilities can be developed. Then regarding that infrastructure financing, at present it is not an issue because we are going ahead with the development of the station. But again, for the development of the remaining areas, yes, it is a challenge, and then state government should review or revise its policy and come forward for all these activities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a delight to hear what Railways is doing, because I remember one occasion someone told me that if you go to Europe, the station is a place that tourists are advised to go and look at because they are the most beautiful parts of the city. That's not the case in India. But I think the efforts that you are making will help station areas to become pleasing places that tourists would also want to go to. So this is fascinating. Now, how much time do we have for questions, if at all? Okay, so what we can do is there is another session on way forward. I think we can integrate it with this and not have
Definitely,
that. Let's get a few questions. I'll just take about 2 or 3 minutes at the end. But any...
If anybody wants to ask a question. Manisha ma'am, we'll start with you.
Manisha Singh from Delhi Metro. My question is, which was also mentioned on the podium, we carry a very rich legacy of heritage sites. And how adaptive are the TOD policies towards heritage site? We have one with DMRC, which is Kashmiri Gate, which is very close to the walled city. So what kind of policy or sensitivity is the TOD policy towards heritage areas?
Unfortunately, do one thing. Let's take a few more questions, and then I'll just go around quickly. Any others? Sanjay? Take a mic. Take the mic.
I just wanted to ask Shri Panda regarding the Kakaduma TOD project, the status, and probably if you could also elaborate the challenges in it, because I think that would be one of the eye-openers for all the further TOD projects which are on way. And secondly, very loudly thinking, is it a time to develop a regional rail development act for the country? Because this concept is going to grow and grow in future. So do we need to have something which is a regional rail development act? Thank you.
Any others? Let's take
Mr.
one
Chauthan.
or two more, and then Chauthaniji.
Thank you, sir.
My question is, because as you mentioned in your initial remarks, regulatory framework is one of the important component if you have TOD. So in case of Delhi, I would like to know from the Principal Secretary, sir, do we have any sort of a plan in the pipeline to have the regulatory framework, because in Delhi situation is very fluid, but that is required if we have to have TOD, or even as far as I know, the comprehensive mobility plan, which should have been the basis for all this development, is almost non-existence. So regulatory framework, if they have or they are planning to have, that is what my question.
One and
please.
two.
Hello, I'm Ruchi, working with the National Institute of Urban Affairs. I've been hearing the context and very well placed presentations, etc. Just one more point, because now we have railways in the picture. Some thought on the logistics, because transit-oriented development also pertaining to the logistics and not only the people. People's movement, we associate more with that, with the BRT and the MRTs. But with railways coming into play, whether, like sir said, maybe the act or the framework will also have to take care of the freight and the logistics part.
My question is to...
After that, we'll come around to the panel. After you.
Okay. My question is to Manjula ma'am. It's great to see that instead of property development, accessibility has been put at the heart of the TOD policy. But as part of TOD policy, is there any provisions to ensure modal shift from private cars to public transit? Because yesterday we had very interesting discussions regarding transit-oriented development should not just become transit-adjacent development, and the people living there should not be depending on private cars. So if there are any provisions, and if at all there are provisions, then what has been the achievement till date?
Okay, well, let me get some responses from the panel, and then we'll take a second round. But very quick responses, Mr. Panda. A lot of the questions were for you, really, but we'll go to Manjula after that.
So Delhi being what it is, it's a very complex place with multitude of agencies, multitude of authorities, lots of laws, many laws working at cross purposes. So you asked about heritage, ma'am. Unfortunately, heritage works on its own laws. So as on now, there is no marriage between the TOD and the heritage laws. But we understand that the Archaeological Survey of India is actually looking at revisiting the act and trying to bring in more flexibility. So that's how it is. You want me to respond to the next? Karkarduma. So Karkarduma and Anand Vihar, that's an identified node and for TOD. And NCRTC is our agency which is actually working on developing the IZP. They are in the process of doing that. In the meantime, we have from DDA side through NBCC started some residential development there. We have concentrated and prioritized the EWS, the economic weaker section or affordable housing as the first priority. So that's something which is already coming up. Along with that, certain commercial and public spaces are also going to come up in the next 7-8 months or so. Thereafter, you would be having the high-end residential towers which would be coming in. As you are aware, it is interlinked between the pink and the blue lines. So it's hopefully that could be a prime example for Delhi of how TOD with multiple transport systems actually integrating with the residential system. Yeah.
There was one question.
Third question, was for regulatory framework. Yes, sir. We do have a regulatory framework. DDA is the agency, nodal agency for doing that. So in 2015, we came up with the midterm review of the Master Plan 2021. And we have a regulatory framework there wherein we have already identified and notified 12 TODs across Delhi with multiple agencies as the nodal agencies, NCRTC being many of them, and Delhi Metro and some. So that's how it's working.
Thanks. Let me, the question about getting people to shift away from personal vehicles to public transport, whether that is part of the policy, and you addressed it to Manjula. So I'll request Manjula if she can respond to that. And then there was a question about TOD for logistics. I was wondering if Mr. Tyagi can take that on after Manjula. Manjula, over to you.
Thank you. See, the first thing is to have a parking policy and regulation for the city. Unfortunately, though, in Bangalore, our parking policy was approved some time back. And we from DALT, we have also prepared area-wise parking plans. It's still awaiting the action by the local body. They are so expected to call a tender so that they are able to get some parking management agencies in place to manage this parking. They have done one bit of it, some 80 roads they had taken up, but this is much more extensive parking action plan. So in the policy, we have clearly said around 250 meters from any metro station, we would, or any mass transit station, we will be giving reduced parking norms, and we will also not earmark any on-street parking. And this is what we have followed in these parking action plans. That apart, the TOD areas, the parking norms for the private properties are also recommended to be lesser. So there are two types of standards. We are looking at the maximum parking standards for the TOD areas. And this parking norms are actually in the policy. We have reduced them so that when the TOD zone planning is taken up, these reduced parking requirements will come into effect. I agree with your view that otherwise it will lead to a transit adjacent development. We ourselves have examples. We have a metro station which is integrated with a very high dense residential complex which has been developed by a developer with almost 6 floors of parking. So which means it negates the entire thing. No, that particular development ticks all the boxes. It is high densification, integration with metro, mixed land use, but then you have so much parking that it negates everything. So that is something which we are conscious of, and we are trying to put that in our TOD zone plans. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Tyagi, anything on TOD and logistics? I don't understand this, but you'll understand it.
Regarding logistics, we have railways goods shed in almost all the major cities. But now these good sheds, they are giving problem because again the approach issue and environmental issue, they are creating a huge problem in these logistics sectors. Now again Indian Railways is making plan for redevelopment of these railways good shed also on a massive scale, just like redevelopment of the station plan. Now schemes are being prepared or under finalization for either developing the railway good shed at the same locations if the land is available. Otherwise, even we are thinking of shifting it to just outside the city limits to have this logistic area on a massive scale. Even we are thinking of providing warehouses for these purposes in and around the cities also. So this now, just to reduce the logistic cost also, Indian Railways is going ahead.
Thanks. Maybe another 2 or 3 quick questions if anyone has, then we'll start winding up. Go ahead, please.
Sir, I am Biju Panikar, working in Kumta, Chennai Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority. A small suggestion. So, as far as to derive the value capturing funding, I'm just making a small suggestion. Because most of this development is happening in the transit corridors, major corridors, and we can see a lot of development has already taken place. If it is in the case of brownfield development, a lot of development has already happened. So what is the real issue is we should not have any backup on the occupancy. So a lot of buildings has already happened, and we don't have any data on how much it has been occupied or how much the rent has been derived on each property or something like that. There are still a lot of vacancies there. So my humble request is we should have some study on those corridors, see how the development and how much demand is there. So based on that, we can have a plan for a very good transit-oriented development. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a suggestion. It just sort of take it on board.
So from yesterday to today, having gone through a number of presentations and listening to a lot of speakers, I've seen what I've absorbed is value capture funding or financing has taken a different opinion from yesterday till date. Yesterday, when the financing agencies were presenting it, they were presenting it in a different manner. Today, I heard Manjula ma'am saying that we should not expect the funds being raised and the projects being financed by capturing the value. Now, we need to have a common consensus and a thought process in the sense all these metro corporations or they are not going to get the revenue. The money has to be paid by the municipal corporations or the local government, I would say. The local government has to collect on it. Either we should be clear. Either we don't take VCF as part of a funding pattern. When we take a VCF as a component of a funding pattern, then we have to work towards it and get it achieved also. Now, I represent, I'm from Gujarat Metro Rail Corporation and working at Surat, Surat Metro Rail project. Surat, in spite of COVID-19, for last 2.5 years, has seen a property escalation of 40%. And to a great amount along the metro corridor, which is under construction as on date. Now, if this value capture is not exploited today, it will not be available tomorrow. Now, as far as the metro corporation is concerned, it is the local body or the state government which has to take a part of this value and put it in the project. Or we decide, okay, we are not going to fund the projects. We are not going to have this component only into this.
Okay, I think that's a, there are differences in viewpoint on this. And let me give a little response to this, but let's see, is there any other question? One last question and then we'll sort of get down into closing. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have some observation about the development of railway stations. I'm Pradeep Kapoor, former Chief Planner, Rajasthan NCR Sub-Region, and presently I'm Secretary General, Institute of Town Planners. When I was working, I got a proposal from Railways about the development of Jaipur railway station. As you have already accepted the fact that our railway stations are so poorly approached that you cannot think of putting anything there. Even it's not fulfilling today's demand of the passengers traveling or entering in the railway station. And you want to create more space, attract more people to that place. I remember about 11 years back, once I questioned OP sir that what was the reason of failure of Airport Express. He very rightly said, because it originates from New Delhi station and no one in Delhi would like to board the train from New Delhi station because of its environment, congestion. Same thing, you are creating more congestion because you don't think beyond your railway boundary. We, in the Jaipur Development Authority, as per the proposed master plan road, we wanted to widen that road to give access to your passengers. It was for the benefit of railway passengers. But you said, we are not going to part with our land. If you want to widen your road, you do it in your land. So you cannot work in silos. You have to work in coordination. Sometimes you have to surrender something and accept something from the state government.
This is an observation. Take that on board. I don't think a response is really necessary. There's a valid point that he's been making, but something you may want to think of being in the position where you are. I think that integration is going to be really important. Let me sort of just wind up by a few messages that I picked up, and I'm going to the presentation made yesterday by Mr. Kano on Japan. A couple of things I picked up from there. One of the things he said was that a task force for TOD is set up. Now, can we think of a task force like that? And the task force bringing in people from the different agencies. The challenge will always be who heads that task force. You can bring in 5 people from different agencies, but who heads it? And the person who heads it really determines who's losing sleep over it. And one classic example that I've seen in India where multiple agencies are involved, the challenge was who heads it. This was about Aadhaar. Now, when Aadhaar came up, multiple agencies are involved in Aadhaar. They did not bring anyone from any one of these agencies. They brought in someone of stature, someone of credibility, someone who could talk to the minister and talk to the undersecretary with equal comfort, Mr. Nandan Nilekani. Now, that's the kind of person who could probably head a task force like this and make things happen. Doesn't come from any single agency. Just one thought which was there. The other thing that was mentioned in Mr. Kanu's presentation was UR became a kind of an expert, took it up as a consulting assignment for any city that was interested. Can we think of something like this? NCRTC, you're doing this in so many places. Delhi Metro has done it in so many places. Could you think of a separate line of business? I don't know whether that falls within your mandate to be a consultant for others who are interested in something of this sort. So this is a second thought. Just one episode that I want to give, which sort of something I remember very well. When I used to work with the World Bank, we got a very interesting project. I was Hero's colleague over there. Of course, we were in different parts of the World Bank's thing. But very interesting project that came up was China wanted to build a metro in a particular city. The cost was $1.3 billion. They told the World Bank, we are putting in $1 billion. You give us $300 million. Now, it struck me a little odd because typically what happened was the other way around. You want a loan, the bigger part is the loan, but they wanted only a smaller part. And we tried to find out why. They said, no, we need your technical expertise. That's why we're giving this little space. And then someone told me, a very wise suggestion. He says, can the World Bank only use its money for financing the station areas? Because the station is the interface between the city and the metro system. The rest is all independent of each other. And I think this is what helped in thinking of TOD, because the World Bank, when it gets into something, it gets in wholehearted. Whole hog, and quite often becomes a pain. But at least they give you that quality. And this thought was very interesting to me that said, let's look at the stations instead of the rest of the system. So there's a few sort of thoughts that I want to leave behind. When it comes to, Hiro, you want to say something? Okay. So going forward, I think what is clearly required, in my own view, clearly required is that TOD has to be done. It's a no-brainer. There are institutional fragmentation issues across the country. This is something that we have to set up. I think UP has taken very good initiatives. That is something that we should learn from. What Karnataka has done in setting up a Directorate of Urban Land Transport, which is a technical body supporting many other cities, I think that is something that we really need to learn from. Delhi has a huge challenge because it's fragmented across central government and state government. It's a unique challenge of its own. I think that's something that I think no other part will help. But someone made a point that we will have many more RRTSs coming up in the country. This is only for the NCR, but the way I look at it is there will be many others that will come up. I think cities are getting too big. There will be some decentralization that will have to be thought of. So we will have many more RRTSs. Whether some kind of an RRTS Act was a good suggestion that came up. I think very interesting learnings. To me, very, very interesting learnings. In terms of going forward, I thought these were some of the thoughts that I would put together. But Hiro had something to say. So then.
Thank you very much. Building on what you just said, and yesterday I said that 10 years ago, our team wrote 2 books on TOD, land value capture. And now I'm very happy to see what is happening right now. And at that time, I thought that we are missing one piece, station. We focus on TOD, land value capture, but somehow we did not tackle station. And just this is information. It's not a question or a comment. World Bank is just delivering guidebook on station redevelopment, and including 6 case study, including Tokyo Station and or other European station or Australia and everything. So this is coming quickly. That's the reason why I ask you question whether you can build structure above railway. And this is an area where, you know, land belongs to you, not anybody else. And I'm very happy to hear that there is no regulation. And also is a central area you can make huge profit on this. So this book is coming. So as soon as it's come, I'll let you know. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Guido, final word and then we'll wind up.
Something to think for tomorrow, because Sunday we are still thinking, of course, about this conference. And I didn't touch the subject, but it's very important to think about. What is one of the biggest businesses in the top 20 in Europe from undertakings? It's parking. It's a big, massive sector. What are the revenues from parking in Europe? About $20 billion. That's the size of the business. Only London has $650 million of revenues from parking. Where's this money used for? Because it's a profitable business. It's a 90% profit margin, so a ratio of 1 to 10. Where the money goes for parking, improvement of public space, cycling, pedestrian areas, etc., because it's all earmarked money. It's a huge source of financing for improving the public transport and walking and cycling.
Thank you. I think we can close this session now. Thank you very much to the panelists. Fascinating discussions. I for one learned a lot.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Sir, I would like you to be on the stage for another moment. I would request MD NCRTC. So please present our panelists with a memento to Mr. Pankaj Tyagi. A huge round of applause, please. Mr. Nitin Ramesh Kulkarni. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence here. Mr. Shubhashish Pandaji. Thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule to be here, sir. Mr. O.P. Agrawal. It was such a well-moderated session, sir. Thank you so much. Let's all give a big round of applause to all our panelists for their valuable time and their insightful session. We have now reached the last leg of this workshop. I would request Mr. Navneet Kaushik, Director Systems, NCRTC, for a vote of thanks. So.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, policymakers, regulators, those who have to convert these policies to the ground, and users of this policy and affected parties all are here. And it was indeed absorbing session, good participation from all. And with this we come to the end of 1.5 day of discussion and knowledge sharing sessions. On behalf of NCRTC, I would like to convey my heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers, panelists, industry experts, distinguished guests who have graced this 2-day workshop on TOD. We are truly honored to host such esteemed gathering, and it is your presence and participation that has made this event a resounding success. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary Mahua, for his guidance and continuous support in our endeavor. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to his valuable insight, which will act as guiding light for the transit projects in the country. And special heartfelt gratitude to Shri D.S. Mishra ji, Chief Secretary, Government of UP, for sparing his valuable time for us from his busy schedule and gracing with his presence. His thoughts on TOD would enrich our knowledge and this has made this workshop an enriching experience. I'm also thankful to our event partners, World Bank and Asian Development Bank, for their continuous support for making this workshop a success. I also extend thanks to our Managing Director, Mr. Vinay Kumar Singh, for his valuable insight. And I express my gratitude to all the senior government officials, esteemed speakers from India and abroad, panelists from India, abroad, and also who have joined online, and to the participants who are with us on the YouTube for sparing their valuable time and contribution to this workshop. I also extend my special thanks to Shri O.P. Agarwal ji, who, apart from moderating the last session, is the guiding light in organizing this workshop by helping us on agenda, identifying the key speakers, and establishing contacts with them. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of the organizing team. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for your presence and active participation, your commitment to excellence, and your passion for sustainable transport solution will inspire us all. Thank you. Namaste.
With this, we come to the end of this 2-day workshop on TOD implementation. A huge thank you to all the speakers, panelists, and TOD experts from all across the globe, and all the distinguished guests present here who participated. And a huge round of applause for our audiences who participated so actively. And as promised, we not only shared our experiences, but also addressed the challenges and deliberated on the solutions. So we hope for a bright and better future in TOD application. NCRTC has also planned a field trip for all the guests. Interested guests are requested to please assemble in the hall after the lunch. The guests who have already submitted their names, a common WhatsApp group has been made and the vehicle details has already been shared. If anybody else is interested, apart from them, please assemble in the hall after the lunch. A huge thank you to all of you once again, and let's please head out for lunch. Thank you so much. Have a very good day ahead. Just a small information, all the proceedings of this 2-day workshop will soon be shared with all the guests present, so you will get all the presentations that has been showcased here in this 2-day workshop. Thank you so much. Please head out for lunch. Have a good day, everyone.